Good morning, everyone. On time? Yeah. Get some charts set up here. All right. Well, that's a good sign. We opened above the gamma flip point, so futures have a fairly nice bounce off 39.62. Okay, so not bad. Jimmy moving quite nicely here. Upstart dead? No, I don't think so. But where am I? What's happening here? Am I back? Fucking Kenny tried to get me again. Okay. Classic Kenny. All right. Oh, let's see if SPX gaps up in any meaningful way. Okay, VIX is still low and for some reason dropping. I guess ES is turning around pretty hard. Interesting reaction in futures. The reaction to bank earnings this morning was not fun. So US banks failing to do the one thing they're supposed to be good at, which is collecting interest, um, in a higher interest rate environment. Yep. It would explain why Jamie Dimon's been such a little bitch lately. Bobby bag holders are really mad at you on your sub. Why? Because of the chart? I looked into the stop losses you asked me about yesterday. Nice try, Shale. Okay. Noted. I can't imagine listening to any other market YouTube streamer and think I'm getting the same level of information or education on trading in the markets as I do here. Thanks for all you do, bro. Thanks, man. That's a very nice thing to say. Thoughts on ZOM, CVX, and Oxy? I own Oxy. Too much pent up, unrealized white. Because you're selfish. How am I selfish? I don't own the fucking stock. Is Ivy above 200% dangerous for a put position due to risk of crush? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it would be. Now would be a great time to rile some people up and make the Bobby Discord vanish. I mean, listen, I don't care if people buy it. I think it's a terrible investment. I think its run is nearly over. Um, there's a giant hole in their fucking gamma ramp. You know, that's I, I'm just sharing the facts. If you don't like them, fuck off somewhere else to someone who does, who will confirm your biases. I don't get that. Tell us about the hole in the gamma ramp. All the fucking call interest dies off at like $5, and it's just like flat until you get to like 40. There's just nothing. This is like a barren wasteland. That's why their fucking Gamma Max is at like $7.11 today. At will enjoyment. Welcome to Tillionaire, man, and welcome back.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
Greeks, please. Okay, first off, they're in the daily DD, which I've now closed. Don't want to reopen. I would suggest, as a stock trader, that you avail yourself of a piece of paper, a pen. They are excellent tools for writing things down and then keeping track of them. You can take a thought and make it permanent. SPX looking good to bounce or drop like a rock. I mean, it's going to do one or the other, right? I would say call side positioning is still favorable. And futures look okay. Like they're trying real hard, at least. Mm, God damn it. VIX correlation starting to fall off on the consolidation, so futures might retest 39.6275. VIX is still low though. Yeah, VIX is pretty low, but not low enough that puts are super cheap, which is nice. Indices seem to be rebounding okay. Hard to replace my damn credit card because of fraud. I forgot to update my subscription to the Pigeon Wheel crew. Sorry about that. I hope everyone's doing well around here, and it's wonderful to have some time to hang out again. Cheers. Thank you so much, Atwell. I appreciate it, man. It's good to have you back, dude. Another great permanent way to write things down. Find a piece of open skin and tattoo Greeks on your body each day. Like a memento? On Saba, did you see like bear call or put spreads? Bear call spreads after it's run. So wait till it peaks, crosses its gamma max, then bear call spreads are very attractive because of the high IV. So you're gonna sell the implied volatility, and then volatility and price grind down simultaneously, so you profit on both. Fucking awesome. How's liquidity for Upstart and GME looking? Still quite low, actually. A little more consolidation here. This is looking pretty good too. You guys ever think you're like a genius when you buy like a USB cable that's 15 fucking feet long? And then you realize you have to live with the fucking thing like a shitty roommate? I'm scared for when the bottom is going to fall out of the market. That's understandable. Good morning, Sneaky Bob. How did those massive spreads on Upstart not really affect the Greeks? Well, they're kind of neutral, right? Any comment on the Monte Carlo simulation posted in the Discord last night? Was Dork posting fucking Monte Carlo sims again? Um, it's nice to look at. They're more of a risk tool than they are. Hey, your stock is gonna go up, but yeah, purchases of Upstart was it? I don't remember which one he did it for, but purchase of Upstart in this period are likely to be profitable into the future. I can't believe nobody gave me any warning that Bobby is dead. I'm financially ruined. Are both GN and GM going down? Put buying and closer to the money call buying. Well, if gamma max is going down, then what do you think the neutral point is just going to stay the same? They're going to dump everything on those Michigan consumer sentiment numbers at 10. It's been consistently a good entry the last couple of months. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we don't fall below the fucking flip point on SPX. That would be not fun. Love the stream card. Brings back memories. I was the poor who couldn't buy the books at elementary school book fair, but always envious of those kids with the entire collection. Yeah, I was too. For me, it was Goosebumps. Like all the fucking rich kids got to buy Goosebumps at the Scholastic Book Fair, and I couldn't. I had to go to the fucking library, and they had like one copy of Goosebumps that was on permanent loan to some 40-year-old man. Um, but then I read years later a Goosebumps book, and I'm glad that I grew up not to be illiterate. Do you take a fiber supplement? I do, occasionally if I need to. It's good to maintain a high level of fiber in your diet. Extra long USB cable so you can have freedom, but it comes at the cost of tripping over that freedom. It sounds about right. Yeah, or trying to extract the end of it from like something it's stuck under on the other side of the room. Was Dr. Trimbass tweets about no more FTDs important? She hashtagged MOASS. I didn't really look into it though. I don't know. There seems to be an ongoing breakdown there. I don't know what's up. I'm gonna stay away from it. I think she posted a picture of herself as Xena Warrior Princess holding a purple butthole. So maybe she finally picked up like a sweet kickback deal from Computer Share. I don't know. Dork, why does everything look bullish? The Monte Carlo assumes a risk model, but it's likely not the risk model that the Basketeers are using. Yeah, I would say probably not. Is your trading system not working properly? What trading system? That sounds like you just made something up. I bet it's pretty difficult trying to maneuver around that long USB cable with 4 legs. I have 2 legs. You can get USB extension cables if you need the occasional longer cable. Uh, I am not 39. Thank you very much, Twat Waffle. Really, because my little brother and sister are much younger than me, and both of them had Scholastic book fairs at school. The thing I don't like about liquidity in the morning that dries up in the afternoon is my port is red in the morning and it takes time to get back green. Ah, yes. That's never fun. IV is down this morning. Bank stock's down because everyone is being their own bank. Interesting. It sounds like she snagged one of your stream card creators. Xena holding a balloon knot. That was Tuesday's card. You seem like one who reads. Can you recommend an author? Benjamin Graham? Have you read his works? I'm 97. All right. Not. Still bigly suppressing upstart price. Bad sign for a run or too many players to know. I don't think it's that bad of a sign. I think the market needs to move back up. Otherwise they're gonna internalize a bunch of shit. One of those 5 million FTDs due on GME. You mean on Upstart on the 17th? GME doesn't have 5 million FTDs on any of its days. Where's the Bobby support gonna be? What support? Oh. Anyway. Sorry the Goosebumps. Poor thing hits close to home. And Goosebumps is only cool for middle schoolers for a couple years. It's true. So silent and peaceful in here while Bobby is plummeting. Must be weird coincidence. Thanks for saving us all from a bad company, Gurk. Thanks, Snickers. No one ever thanks me for the don't buy that pile of garbage calls. I appreciate it. I've got 10 upstart, 30C, 120. Is it wiser to roll up and out, maintain some number of contracts, higher strike, or down and out, less contracts, lower strike? That's up to you, man. That's not a question I can answer for you. But if you roll up and out, you're definitely taking on some additional risk, right? Obviously, you need the stock to keep running, probably significantly, but you'll have more leverage if it does. Bobby news or just profit taking? Liquid, super liquid, and then then panic. But panic doesn't look like it's set in yet. Not fully. Amelia Bedelia was the shit. Oh my god, I remember that. We appreciate you, Kirk. You've made us all better investors, whether we wanted it or not. Sometimes that's an expensive lesson. Can SPX get back to spot today? I hope so. It looks good right now. I would say that this push up looks pretty decent. Oop, what did I just touch? That was weird. Hmm. Word. Is this the part in Bobby where people fight the hedgies while they dump their bags? Yes. Yes. Anybody telling you that is probably trying to get out of their shitty position. Is this part in Bob? We appreciate you, Gurk. Not only are we better traders, but we're better people. Are you? Trader and better people don't really go hand in hand. We could just end the day up 2.5% like last Friday. I would be so happy. I would also enjoy that quite a bit. What happened to all the why doesn't Gurk talk about Bobby when it's up 50% post go? Weird. It's very suspect. They didn't actually get that much liquidity on GME this morning, interestingly enough. So let me take a look. I mean, they're using it. They've nowhere near used it all. But they are using it. As for Upstart, a little more liquidity today than yesterday, but not a lot. So is this the part in Bobby where people say hold the line? What exactly is spot? And spot is the price the stock is currently at, technically. But when people are saying like a return to spot, they're implying a return to the price that options were bought at, or a return to the price of the options were sold at by the market maker. So, if you have a big run on a stock and it comes back, when people say return to spot, it's kind of like a colloquialism, meaning that the price has returned to the price that the options were sold at originally. And what this means is for market makers, if this drop occurs before T+2, is they don't have to hedge this shit at all. Oop. Hey, NVIDIA 0 DTEs for the win. Let's see here. ES looking okay. Still kind of climbing. Fixed correlations falling off again, which could be kind of a good thing. 1870. Oh shit. VIX is plummeting. That's exciting. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna say SPX continues to look good. And we are going to attempt to break out of the long-term downtrend again after dipping below it on this morning's open. Fun. Could be a fun day. If we fill this gap, I think that'll start to put some pressure here. GME used up a little bit of liquidity on those downticks, shorting that consolidation period. So, but this is looking good. Nice recovery. Fast. Adopted by the Dans. You come bowling this Sunday? The wife misses you. Fuck, man, I really hate bowling. I don't get it. We don't we don't really have bowling alleys where I grew up, or a sense of community. If they had shares, you gave them 30 minutes to get out of Bobby. I can tell your mic is quiet because I have my volume up twice as much to get you at the same output level. What the fuck, man? I can move it. Am I just like too far away? I didn't change anything. I never change any settings and somehow they fluctuate. Thoughts on Bob? What? What's up, Gurk Berry here? Just want to say thank you so much for teaching me how to be a better trader. Your willingness to share knowledge is selfless, a bright spot in a dark world. Wow. Whoa. Did you guys just see that fucking shit? You're just jealous of all the Bobby folks who made $100 over the past 2 days. Admit it. Man, I just sold the short side of my fucking put straddle for like 35 grand. I don't give a shit about Bobby. I had a 39.80 straddle and we opened at 39.50 this morning. We're not the same. Do you expect Upstart to continue running into next week, or would you close out Jan 20s before the long weekend due to theta decay? I likely will close out my January 20s into the long weekend. Thank you for asking. It means your mic is too close to the Himalayan salt lamp. Fucking Stefan. Can you do a haka when Upstart breaks 20? Isn't that for like a funeral? That seems not only culturally insensitive, but inappropriate because I want it to keep going up. How wouldn't you warn Bobby of investors of the impending doom? I did. I literally posted this on the Bobby Discord last night. I can't do any more. They're gonna be mad at me about it, but whatever. They were mad at me already, so it's fucking doesn't matter. Not just funerals? Oh, okay. Let's fucking go. Michigan consumer sentiment is very, very positive. Cool. The prime rate on Bobby is about 40%. It's quite high. SPX is going for that gap. It's going to get the whole thing, too. It might, yeah. Haka is a war dance. Had some teams do it before rugby games. When done right, it's intimidating. Okay. I've only ever seen it done at like funerals. I didn't know it was like it just got done for other things. Can SPX squeeze to 4,500? Probably not. I'm so sad that Monday is a trading holiday. Me too. Yeah. These 3-day weekends, I don't like this time of year. Too much time off. I always feel like I've become disconnected with my one true love. You know, like some of you guys probably feel this way about your significant others or children, right? Like, you know, when you've been ripped away from them and you can't be with them. That's how I feel about being taken away from SPX. I feel this way with you. Pretty crazy volume on Upstart this morning. It's quite high, actually. Yeah, 1.6 million so far. Not high enough, but quite high. Not my children? Oh, okay. I feel that way about children. I like not being with my wife, and I like my children in daycare. Yeah, well, some of you may feel differently. There are people that love their families. Yes, they're weird, but they exist. SPX plus small pickles, children. How do you pronounce it? Children? That's how I'm going to pronounce that. Girk, we know you have many children, none that I know of. Are you selling your Upstart Gen 20 calls today to avoid long weekend theta? Most likely, yes. Thank you for asking. I'm very much looking forward to your how to straddle in a bear market video on school stock that you'll be working on and completing on Monday in lieu of the stock holiday. I was actually thinking about creating that video sometime at the beginning of the bull market. So you bought that XPX call down at the bottom with the VIX dumping. The price rises barely resulted in any gains on that contract. What are you talking about? It's up 50%. Yeah, when you actually I should address this because it's important, Ghost of Teddy. When you have like a high correlation with VIX and rising price on SPX, you need to buy options that are going to go in the money because extrinsic value falls off as price rises, which is the fucking worst. So keep that in mind. If you have a rising index and dropping VIX, you don't want to buy calls that are extrinsic value based only. I'll probably ditch my upstart $20 calls at some point. Ideally around $20. I almost forgot to ask Eric, will you be my Valentine this year? Well, that's very nice of you. No. How overvalued do you think Nvidia is? Extremely. I think it's probably worth about 110 to $90 a share. It's about half of where it's trading now. Hold on. Okay, SPX looking more bullish. Futures a little less so. Futures are looking a little less bullish right now. That's interesting. Well, I hope futures can consolidate above 39.80. If they do, that'll put some very nice pressure on the SPX. SPX right at that long-term resistance right now. So this is a tricky spot. Very tricky. You be my wife's Valentine? Send me a photo. We'll figure it out. I like the GME Klein. Quick enough to draw FOMO, but not quick enough to pump IV. Yeah, yeah, it's hopefully pulling in more call buyers. Looking forward to the degenerate investing reform video on School of Stock. They got me, Girk, on 0DT SPX call, but I made 30%. So I'm happy. Thanks for all you do. No problem, man. Congrats on the, I mean, even small gains, right? Gains are gains. Everybody needs a little time away, I heard her say, from each other. Even lovers need a holiday. MLK is on Monday. Hold me now. It's hard for me not to be trading. Interesting. Michigan 1 year inflation expectations lowest since April 2021. Bullish. John Wilkes Booth, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Guys, give John Wilkes a big shout out for hooking you guys up with Cornishon. That was very nice of him.
There once was a man on Pi-Fi stream. His
Do you remember
name
when we
was
were
John
saying our
Wilkes Booth,
goodbyes to
you
each
see.
other
The
on
comments came
November
in with the names
2021
worth
because we
green.
thought it was going to
Now watch
MOASS?
the
How naive
Cornishons
we were.
grow.
Anyway,
Soon
goodbye,
may
Gherkin.
the
Happy
kicking man
MOASS
come
now.
to
For
bring
real.
Cornishons up grinding rum. One day when the streaming is done, we'll unsub and watch and go.
It's a sad day. One of my favorite bars burned down. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Can you just drink at home? MLK shouldn't have any effect on the obligations we're expecting. Unless, no. When is our GME OPEX ending? Well, we're watching the period of the 12th to the 18th for covering. We may not see a break in liquidity till OPEX. That probably would depend on how much prices rise into that period. Remember that FINRA deferrals move the settlement date, but they don't necessarily force settlement on that date, right? So the date that it is deferred to is not the day it has to be covered by. It's the day that the settlement day moves to. So we still have to acknowledge like T+2 and T+5 on the ETF side. But we are seeing the reversion in liquidity that we want to see, which is a very good sign, especially in the secondary market. Do you have a target in mind for GME over this period? Yeah, 10 to 15% above wherever Gamma Max is on the day of any volumetric run. Are you selling your Jan 20 upstart calls today due to the long weekend? I might. I might. Not yet, but I might later. Bithead Shanty? We're working on one. Your stream keeps getting attacked on my end. I keep having to restart it. The man must be watching you. They're trying to steal my lucky calls. All major U.S. stock markets will be closed on Monday, January 16th, 2023, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Yes. And we will be announcing that multiple times throughout the day. My only upstart GNCs that have any value left are the 25s. Does it make more sense to roll out to Feb, same strike at a cost, or out and up to 30 to save a little? Also have Feb 20s. I mean, 30 is still quite risky. Obviously, your chances of going in the money are much lower, especially with Gamma Max at 20. However, if more FOMO comes in, or there's a break in the market maker hedge and the hedge flips and IV spikes, then those can go up quite a lot. I saw Centaur pulling a handsome cab in Central Park last night. Are you moonlighting? Do we need to take up a collection so you can pay your electric bill again? It was a lot this month. I was running a belt sander in my living room, so Spicy Gherk is my favorite Gherk. Thanks, Kendro. SPX 3985 print today. I mean, I'll just be happy if I get out of the call side of my straddle right now. Pigeon Whales, you're welcome for NVIDIA. So much better than 0DT Bobby plays. Brett, thank you so much, man. Wessel Creations, welcome to Cornishon. Give Brett a shout out for hooking you up. With current sentiment, are you still expecting a drop in the markets second half 2023? Yeah. And for someone looking to buy property, still worth waiting until 2024? Maybe end of this year into 2024. I mean, you looking to buy property, you really want to try to time the bottom of the housing market while also timing the pullback in rate increases from the Fed. And that's going to be a narrow window. Please thank my pigeon whale brother, Bithead. Hold on. I'm working on it. I gotta read the rest of this. For his gifted subs as well. Oh shit. I didn't even see that one. Where is it? Was it after John Wilkes? Oh, thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Bithead a big shout out. Now that everyone's a Cornishon because of Bithead and Wilkes Booth. Thank you so much, guys. Since the play is gone, can you tell her the poor is your thesis on NVIDIA? Sure. NVIDIA popped up above Vega neutral yesterday, and generally, if NVIDIA closes above Vega neutral, following a move up, it has like a big kind of volatile spike the next day. NVIDIA kind of one of the basket stocks. There's a lot of like volatility shorting that goes on there. Like the stream, you freeloading T-gens. Sorry, pores. Do you feel the same way about AMD as an NVIDIA value? No, I don't actually. I think AMD is gonna drop a bit over the course of this year, but I think AMD isn't, like, its PE ratios aren't nearly as crazy or unsustainable. Thanks for your answer, Gig. As you say, timing for the housing market is tough. Sentiment seems 50-50 here. Yeah. You're starting to see a decline in home prices, but I think they're going to go down quite a bit more. Salty Bobby haters, yummy. Who's a salty Bobby hater? Hmm. Nope. Still looks fine. Okay, overall trend still looks very bullish. 1 minute, 15 seconds. Ooh. Okay, this all looks good. ES, a little rejection near 4,000. But the recovery looks okay, like fairly strong. I think ES is gonna stabilize here. Then maybe move up some more. So SPX still looking pretty good to fill that gap. And Nvidia is getting very volatile. What the fuck is with these candles? Upstart still just grinding up. Upstart break of 1750 VUPS. That's an important level. Literally half the people here. Bobby backholders all excited because their stock is back to where it was a month ago at $4. I mean, Bobby's recovering a little bit. I don't think its run is totally dead. I did expect a bit of a rug pull. I don't like to see, you don't want to see market makers repositioning overnight. But I mean, just like all the rest of them, it still has the potential to break its gamma max, right? Riskier because of the share dilution, obviously, than a lot of these other ones, but I mean, you can't deny that it's part of the same basket to some degree. Volatility shorting's a bit lighter on Bobby than it's been on some of these other stocks. Obviously, like we haven't seen Bobby volatility decline really since August. It's stayed kind of locked around 180% or so. With regards to Nvidia, based on your estimate of its true price, would you not long-term bet on the short side? Oh yeah, I just exited like a long position on Nvidia like a week or so ago. And I will be repositioning on Nvidia to the short side in the near future. I'm pretty bearish on it overall. Hey Greg, thanks for everything. Finally making profits. Well positioned for this run. Currently 150% up on Genie and Upstart thanks to your teachings. I just need to learn to exit properly. Just find levels that you're comfortable taking profits at, set stops. If it keeps going up, move those levels up. Would it make sense to close GME 19C Jan 27th today to combat the theta loss over the long weekend and buy back in Tuesday morning? It doesn't not make sense to do that. Especially with shorter dated calls. If you're going to be under 30 DT after the long weekend, you're going to lose some value carrying over the weekend. And since we still don't know if we're going to run on like in the middle of next week or if we're going to start running on like really hard on OPEX, I think it's probably a good idea to take profits on shorter dated things and kind of roll them out so you have a little more margin of safety. That's what I'm going to be doing at least. The Pickles picks have done very well lately. I just need Upstart and GME to do something, and I'm very happy with the start of 2023. Well, I mean, if it's a continuation of last year, I can only get better at this, right? I'm shoving freshly melted bikini wax up my nostrils with a plastic stick right now. When it dries, I rip it out, pulling out all my nose hairs, so I'm superbly groomed for my 10K race in Arizona. Stefan, sometimes I hate you more than Jamie Dimon. I want you to know that. Should I carry these 0 DTs over the long weekend? Also, I was thinking the same. 100K GME shares now available on IBKR. You could just say basically nothing. Nothing, almost no shares available on IBKR. I knew just by looking at his pick that Stefan was a nose hair waxer. Yeah. Dude, I could actually make decent money on cover calls if I wanted to. That's all the motivation I need. How does he manage to have both the look and personality of Joey Quinn from Dexter? I've never seen that show. Is a break of 4,005 possible today? Yes. Kind of unlikely, but it's possible. Could you give us a price point on Upstart and GME you think they might drop to intraday without fully crashing? Trying to figure out how tight to make my stops. I mean, usually you can target somewhere below VWAP, and that'll at least be safe. Like a wide stop below VWAP. GME is very close to VWAP still, so maybe you want to consider a range below VWAP. Maybe like here on GME, if I were setting stops, I'd probably be setting them, you know, like around like the 2023 or maybe even the $20.10 level. I missed a Ko-Fi there. Sorry, one second. You got censored. I've become so skittish with the volatility of these markets, it's very hard emotion to control. I make money, but I'm too quick to take profits because I'm aware of all the fuckery they use to control price. I end up taking profits too early most times, unfortunately. Too early is actually better than too late. You need to learn to manage stops. You need to learn to reset the levels, and you're going to need to learn to judge the levels something is going to trade at during a day. That's just something you're going to build with experience and alongside confidence, which will make you less skittish. But profits are profits. So if you're up on a trade, you're winning, right? Fubo climbing up to 216. Very nice. I'm afraid to look away from my NVIDIA zero DTEs, but I'll look at Fubo for a second. Oh, very nice. Yeah. Fubo should start to get a little movement on it now that it's pushing past those puts at $2. That's a pretty important move. Upstart borrow fee up to 22.134%. Awesome. You know what's interesting about Upstart is the prime borrow rate's actually quite high. Because the holiday Monday does that theoretically compound 2 days of covering into Tuesday. That's only for FTDs. What sector of stocks would you suggest to research, accumulate during bear market and market crashes? I mean, commodities can heat up, so that's something pretty important. You might want to look into stocks with really good cash flow that's not being, kind of realized in their market price, especially if we're going to hit a recession. Other than that, I mean, you know, I would say most people are going to jump into mega caps and target, a rebound there. Google under 80, Amazon under, 75, things like that. 10-time hammer. I had a bad morning and got emotional with you in your comment section. Apologies, Gherk, it wasn't you. Everything was annoying me. Thanks to the continued streams. No hard feelings, man. Yeah, the mods were just going buck wild yesterday. It was nothing against you. Upstart borrow fee. Okay. Taking profits equals future pigeon whale. True. Would you average up any longer upstart position in this range? I don't know. I generally don't like moving up positions unless they're pretty deep in the money, like starting to fall into like the 0.6, 0.7 delta range, and then I'll, roll them up and out if I think that it's going to continue upwards. You guys have seen me probably do that on Caterpillar on a couple runs. I'll like take my deep in the money calls and roll them up and out as it approaches like a higher level. That's so I can continue to accumulate extrinsic value, right? Without hitting that point where extrinsic value starts to fall off. P&G did great in 08 comparatively. Procter and Gamble. I mean, yeah, consumer staples and stuff. Johnson and Johnson. Those companies tend to do pretty well in recessions. Johnson and Johnson might be interesting because I think they're splitting off their medical device division, if I'm not mistaken. And that means you're going to get like shares in a new company, and that new company is going to be a little more flexible in its ability to explore growth opportunities. So I've been watching that one, but I don't like the entries just yet. Do you ever use fib-based time zones to confirm your theories? Had to try. No, I don't. Fibonacci's are fucking nonsense. They're just like confirmation bias fulfillment most of the time. Thoughts on if gap fill will provide any resistance? It could. Yeah, we could see some resistance at the 3980 level. We saw quite a bit of resistance there yesterday. The dried waxicle of hardened wax with many hundreds of nose hairs is fascinating. One nostril clean as a whistle, on to the next. See, you guys make fun of me for being a serial killer. Consumer? Oh, okay. I mean, I don't. You can DM me if you don't want to talk about it. You should say companies that sell to poorest to encompass recession stocks. I mean, don't DM me if you're not allowed to talk about it, but if you don't know what you're doing, then trading strategies are like horoscopes. True. Move GME chart down so price can go up. That's not how that works. And yes, I know it's Friday the 13th. Thanks, Gert. Makes sense. Being a meme stock, I assume for NVIDIA, you'd want a lot of theta, or is it a more reactive stock? You definitely want a lot of theta. If you're trying to target, like 130, 120 on it, you want a very good amount of theta. Feels like we're about to set a stop loss hunt on SPX soon. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I prefer the slow, consistent move up with the hedge backing it up versus like a sharp spike in price action up to like 30, like 985. Like this is less likely to fail as we get consistent, call side buying to the upside. Stefan's last message yesterday was about getting revenge by living healthy. Stefan, writer of the Roundabout and Breakouts, you know your nose hairs or your air filters, right? God, imagine going to Arizona and inhaling the air without nose hairs. Man, your nose is gonna bleed so fucking bad. If you're from a climate where there's any moisture in the air, you're gonna drown in nose blood every night. God, I fucking hate Arizona. If I ever break even on GME, which unfortunately I'm not close to right now, I will absolutely become a pigeon whale. Pretty incredible you continue to give this info out for free. I don't know, something to do every day. Looking to add GH, medical testing, billion cash, upbeat preliminary ER, and PPL to my recession plays. PFE, BTU, and WM as well. I have a little bit of WM. I've been going pretty hard on BTU. I don't have any PFE. I'm not I'm not super into pharma. I think there's too much. My biggest problem with pharma is like legislation risk, holding it long term. Um, any change in the level of socialism in our medicine, which is pushed for by a significant majority of the public, could severely impact those stocks at any time. Hey, Greg, do you think Stefan can sniff out a ratio of pores to pigeon whales in chat with his newfound nasal capacity? Maybe. All right, VIX inching up a little bit here over the peak and the drop. Correlation's becoming a little less tight. Okay. So a little downside room here. Hopefully we see a recovery around the 39.89 level on futures. 39.90. If it stays stable there, I think we get one last leg up, at least into the middle of the day, where we'll likely see the majority of the slump. Lots of junk in your throat and lungs too. Ooh. Should set stops on these. Close. Stop. Let's go 90. Sell. Alright, cool. Can move that up a little bit. Thanksgiving makes sense. Since markets open on Tuesday, it will be 30 days from 217. Do you feel like it's still okay to add to that position today or wait until next week? You could. I don't love it, but you never know what's gonna happen in the pre-market on Tuesday, right? So I think that's something that should at least be considered. Maybe you could like DCA. That might be one way to offset some of the loss while still maintaining the exposure you want. Still bearish on FSLR after this push. Yeah, I'm just waiting. I think you had said that you don't have faith in their margins going forward. That's correct. Yeah, I don't think they can sustain production levels to meet the demand. And I think they're being valued a little too highly due to the government subsidies. Zonies hate New York City rats, murders it, and smells like pre-industrial revolution ass. What? Are you talking about fucking going off about Arizona? I didn't know you were so proud of your homeland in the desert with no water. It doesn't rip them all out. It just rips out the ones near the edge that can be seen. There are plenty of nose hairs deep in the nose that I don't touch. Why do you have so much hair in your nose? People are getting too wholesome. Fuck you, Shill. Fuck you, Carl. All right? Have you averaged down your T-Dog? It's doing well today. I did. I averaged it down on that last dip when that guy pointed it out. I picked up like another 20 contracts. I don't have a huge position there. I have some like 2024 leaps at 30. Which state is worse, Arizona or New Jersey? Well, Arizona's like the New Jersey of the West Coast. Well, either that or Nevada. Or inland California. Really, once you get 3 miles away from the coast in California, from that point, kind of all the way until you hit New York. Be a man and rip the nose hairs out that stick out of your nose with your thumb and index finger I mean, maybe that is how you would do it. You could just get a trimmer. You just bzz, bzz, done. Imagine getting a fucking ingrown hair in your nose. Ah. I used to live in San Diego before moving back to Jersey. The whole middle of the country is an abysmal wasteland. What do you think of UVXY and Vixie? Sorry if I'm annoying you. I'm not a big fan of either one. I'd rather just play the VIX directly. I used to like them, but they become very detached and they're overly shorted. There's a lot of, especially the ETNs are really, really risky because they can kind of just blow up. Can SPX retest yesterday's high? It's possible, yeah. Book your 1750 put wall, Kenny. It did just get blown up, so. Ingrown hairs in your nose can come out the other side. I've seen it. Ah, don't. No, no. Let's not. I don't like that shit. All right. Options or futures regarding VIX? Either one. I prefer options, but sometimes futures, depending on what I think's gonna happen. They're expensive. You see the SS is saying Kenny is the PPT now. ET. Oh. Hey, that's it. Just saying hi. What's up, Hello Lurker? How you doing? VUP song for Upstart? No, it's not above Delta Neutral. Fuck the desert. Nothing but turquoise addicts, electroshock therapy junkies, and nothing for miles. What about the math? I feel like you left out the biggest part, which is tons of math. ATNs usually specifically say they have no fiduciary responsibility to holders of the equity. They're fun. What are the pros and cons of using a tick chart versus time charts? I don't like them. Hey Gerg, DN and GM are the same on Upstart. Tick trading is like shilly as fuck. I can't stand that shit. But do what you want. Um, someone saw a call at a loss so it could break 39.80. Never. This is my first post today. Why do you keep ignoring me? Well, because you're not saying anything very interesting. Fubo, Upstart, and Rev are the only green things on my watch list. Really? You have a strange watch list. There's a lot of stuff is quite green today. Do you not watch just all of Nasdaq? Nasdaq's doing pretty well. So is Russell 2000. I just rolled my Jan 2015C for Upstart to March 2250 for better Vega. Good move. It doesn't seem bad. You're like, $2 and some odd cents in the money. You went out to 22, increase Vega. Did you increase your leverage at all or same leverage? And you've positioned yourself to capture additional upside, which isn't bad. My pigeon wheel status already paid for the year. Glad I became a pigeon wheel yesterday. 0 DTEs to the win. Congratulations, Twat Waffle. Well, quarter one earnings in April are going to be much worse than quarter four in Jan. If you want to target a PT like 3,400 sometime this year, how much theta would you want to target it to be sufficient to catch it? Closer to the money? Um, hold on, let me reread that. Well, quarter one earnings in April are going to be much worse than Q4 in Jan. If you want to target PT, how much theta would you want? But then the last part of your question doesn't make any sense. Closer to the money. Well, your PT, you wouldn't move your PT, right? You'd just get more theta. I'm confused what you're asking. Are you asking, should you move your PT up? Or are you asking if you should buy more theta to realize your PT? I don't know who you are, but just at pi-phi in the chat, and then I can see it and maybe give you a better answer, because I don't know what you're asking. I guess I could just explain both sides of it. You can either, you know, buy less theta with a closer strike, or buy more theta with a further out of the money strike. You don't, for if you're buying enough theta, you don't need the price of the underlying to drop to 3,400 to realize profits. You simply need the premium of the contract you bought to increase. If you bought a 3,400 contract right now, we dropped to 3,600, that contract would go up a lot, as its delta value increases, and the more theta you buy, the more delta you have, the further out of the money you are. I don't know if any of that helps. How do you become so smart and knowledgeable with all of this? I don't know. I read a lot, very interested in it, but maybe overly. It's like obsessive sometimes, but I get that way with stuff. So Jimmy breaking out. Well, it's trying to. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Upstart's looking nice for a push to 18 here, especially if we can break out. But this is what we want. We want so a mean reversion in SPX, right? Or the indices in general. Um, Sometimes when that occurs, when it reaches the point at which internalization may have begun, you'll get a dump of internalization, right? As DMMs move to internalize the other direction, right? That has to do with kind of like variance in the internalized position. I'm not going to go super deep into it, but stuff can happen there. You got Dork. What's this? They're fucking loading up on Upstart puts again? Or selling them? These sold puts? Jimmy sold puts for $30? That's curious. Bullish. Yep, GME doing a thing. On a little bit of volume, too. This morning, my Upstart calls were a bit smashed. Now they're green and my calls are making white. Thank you for finding this gem. No problem, man. Congrats, Carbon Based. Glad you're killing it, dude. 450k GME shares now available on IBKR. You guys got to do something better with your time. It's days like this I wish I had sold that kidney. Fair enough. Could you say the Jimmy run hasn't even started yet? I would say that it hasn't really started yet. Although this might be the start of it. There's many an OPEX that has begun this way around 10:30 to 11 o'clock. Green, green, green. Typically, they're trying to run a bunch of shares right before they run. Yeah, well, you don't want to be short when the fucking price is going up, right? Besides Scottsdale, Arizona and Paradise, Arizona, are there any other areas I should check out for house hunting? I'm spending a few extra days there to check out some properties. Scottsdale? Oh, you already said Scottsdale. No. Guybrush for MOASS. We have to break up from this first. Then I'll throw them up. Because if I put them up now and the price breaks down, right, and this was just like a spike of price volatility, then everyone's gonna be like, ah, it's Guybrush's fault. He ended everything. Price checker for this Jimmy run, if the theory is correct. I mean, right now, 10 to 15% above where Gamma Max is. I mean, Jimmy is already up quite a bit, right? I mean, it's up 15% since the beginning of the proposed window. So there's something to the theory. I think we need to move away from is the theory correct to how correct is it. We're 36.91% up from our low so far. So it's looking very good. GME moving to that key resistance at 2166. It's a pretty important level. Masingo, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Birthday girl. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke.
Jimmy large Gex 2375, larger at 25. After that, nothing's stopping it except selling. Yeah, it gets pretty flat pretty quick. Bro, that statement just made me so bullish, bro. Which statement? Gurk, you ignorant slut. Play the VUP song. Delta neutral, Carl. Keep fucking with me and I'll change it to Gamma Max, which is the same for Upstart. For SLD, do they calculate the deposit values of the participants today based on opening values? I don't think it's today. I think it's Monday, but I'm not sure. It doesn't fucking matter. I have a theory, and it's pretty simple. You and the quants are smart and right most of the time. Am I close? I hope so, because that means I make more money. It's not if it's correct, it's how correct it is. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're beyond the point of is Gurk right? I think we're now at the point of how right is Gurk. What me and the DN and GM are same on Upstart? I don't know. Weird Greek behavior right now. I think a lot of it has to do with massive synthetic short positioning, which is like driving the Gamma Max down and DN down, and like normalizing the levels at 20 and 1750. I think if those break, then Gamma Max will move up really rapidly. We've seen how fast Gamma Max can move up on Upstart in the past because Gamma's so flat beyond those strikes. it's very easy to start skewing gamma, and there's a lot of room for expansion. I was just thinking, if it was today, it's better for the big guys if the market opened down today so they could be on the hook for less deposits. Just tinfoil? Maybe. I mean, it's not that it's not necessarily always that they want to be on the hook for less. I mean, sometimes they want to deposit more, right? They want more leverage. I took a hiatus after the Rev debacle. I mean, they could do that at any time, though. Back for the new year. Thanks to the DD. Ready for OPEX. Thanks, HA, man. I appreciate it. I just got out of a meeting. What have I missed? Not much. SPX is kind of consolidating into what's beginning to look like an ascending wedge. Hopefully we don't see a breakdown from that, but we could still. Having a little problem crossing the 3980 resistance. Upstart's still very illiquid and just kind of grinding up. GME's doing pretty good. I'm gonna put this at like 2070. I'm just like moving my stops up, right? As price on Nvidia climbs, I'm just sliding the stops higher and higher. You know, that's and if it falls, I'm out, right? And that's all you have to do to manage like a small options position like that. It's not crazy, especially once you're profitable. You should never lose money, right? You know, set your stop up, move it up as the price climbs. If the price pulls back, you get stopped out, you made money. If the price continues up, you keep making more money. It's so simple to just not lose once you're up. Let's go right here. Unless you gamble all the profits on October OPEX, November OPEX, December OPEX, don't full port into risky 10 bag plays. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Don't gamble all your money away on high risk shit. Gamble some of your money away on high risk shit, sure, but not all of it, right? Like, that's just irresponsible. Like, if the potential returns for something are 10x, it's probably risky. Now he tells us, oh, come on. How do you prevent getting slammed on your options from big drops in after hours trading? You can either hedge overnight or don't carry your positions overnight when they're up a lot. Unless they're up enough and you're not worried about it. But there's always going to be some risk. Yeah, they use the opportunity to short on the consolidation there. I don't think it's a big deal. GME will probably recover at like 2070 here. Just not a, if active fund pressure slumps, they're gonna push down on it. I don't think that they're ready to run it yet. Stopped on Nvidia. Still pretty safe on this, right? Yeah. Too concerned there. Correlation's breaking. Up out of both. Cool. All right, so this could be our breakdown here, maybe. I don't know if it's going to be, but here, I'm gonna close these. Maybe not yet. Maybe not. $11.02. Hold on. I'm trying to look at. A little more bearish today, but call side pressure is really strong. 0 DT. Push the 4,000 is kind of tough, but we could still hit it. We wait. I think I'm gonna wait here. Tempt anything, but what does Gamma's flat mean? Does it mean there's no puts above a certain strike? No. It just means that there's no realized Gamma because it's so far out of the money. So Gamma's just flat, which means that it skews easily with large purchases of calls or puts. There's no hedging for Gamma going on at those levels. I willed a lot of NVAC shares a month ago down to a 1050 cost basis. It's near 13 now. Time for in the money CCs to get back to cash, or could it keep pushing? NVAX. Let me take a look. NVAX's bounce looks nice. I mean, there's some room for it to move back up into like the $16 range. I'd be watching obviously 1420. But there's some recovery going on here. I don't know if it's just due to the rising market or any fundamental changes in the company. You'd probably know better than me, but I don't hate the push up. I mean, at least find some resistance. I think it's still got a little bit more room to go. Looks like a lot of 40/20s. There's a few. Might make more money on Upstart next week than I do from a week of ecom sales. Unbelievable. Very happy. Thank you, Girk. No problem, man. Congrats. Could you please explain the difference between a stop loss and a stop limit? A stop limit will only fill at the limit price that you sell. A stop loss will fill at market price. The description sounds basically the same. Thanks, Kirk. Yeah, so you know, both stops are just triggers, right? They trigger a sell order. One triggers a limit order, one triggers a market order. For Fubo, do you have any contracts in 2023? Or are you all long term, so 2024 and beyond? I think I still have some like $10 for 2023 that I just never got rid of. They're worthless, unless we rip super hard. But I have 24 and 25 calls. My synthetic long positions for 2025, and then my like most of my calls are for 2024, like outside of the synthetic long position. So I have I think I have $3 and $5 calls for 2024. I've never cooked financially inspired food. For Fubo, do you have any contracts in 20? Oh, stop loss guarantees execution. Yeah, it does. Well, it's because it's a market order. Maybe too many deleted comments triggers a ban, like a maybe like a shadow ban. I'm gonna see if I can like modify my like blocked words list, or if I can do anything. I'm not sure I can. I think right now it's just like the default or whatever YouTube does. What do we make of the increasing volume on Upstart? It seems like the past 3 days it has increased significantly each day. That's a good sign. That means that the market maker hedge is starting to move with us, right? Why are there so few likes on the stream? Lots of hate watchers, Bobby BBBY holders, super stonkers. They don't like to like the stream. So they just sit there bitter and angry all day for some reason. You can tell Jimmy had a good week by the viewer count. Okay. Yeah, usually. No, we don't want to share you. That's rude. I have 30 accounts I used to dislike and unsubscribe every day. I'm bitter and angry, but not because of you. Thanks, Egg Salad Sandwich. I can confirm I bought one share of Bobby and I am angry. Fair enough. Okay, I disliked because I'm new here and stuff. Thanks, Chris McPherson. Remember that time we didn't buy enough Dole? I think about it every day. Yeah, me too. What does liking the stream actually do for you? I think it. I don't know. I think it like moves the stream up in YouTube's algorithm or something. So YouTube will like promote it more if there's more likes, maybe. But I'm not sure. You've been at 20.4K subscribers for an amazingly long time. I was at 20.5 at one point, and then went down to 20.4 or 20.3, and now it's back at 20.4. I don't really do any advertising. Sorry for the confusion earlier. When I was looking for a long-term put to catch the next leg down to 3,400, like your earlier target, but not sure how long I should buy beyond March to be safe and not get burnt on the rally. Also, how low do you think it could go by June? I'm targeting around like 34 to 3,200 by June. I think that's definitely possible. Uh, I would, for that time period, I would probably be looking at options at least like 60 days beyond that. Maybe like end of quarter 3 options. YouTube always trying to ratchet down my stream quality when I'm not paying attention. I don't think they love this stream, Girk. It's possible. I usually have to search for the stream and I'm subscribed. Yeah. You think SPX can go to 4,000 today? Maybe. I think this period of consolidation is probably very important for the potential of SPX into the afternoon. If this slips too far, like back below 39.65, we probably won't. Right now it looks pretty stable. I'm not super concerned, and it might be beginning to turn around for more of a push to the upside soon, but we'll see. Sending triangle at SPX? Maybe. I think more descending wedge at this point, but on the 5-minute, sure. No. Still descending. Downwards consolidation. Can you put up the Fubo chart? Yeah, we can take a look at it. It looks fine. It's holding $2. That's a big plus. This kind of feels like a big stop loss hunt. VIX rising a little bit now. No. VIX flat right now. Okay, so I think this is consolidation is fine, but I'd be worried that futures would pull back to like 39.80 in the mid-afternoon. We'll see. If this breaks down, I would probably stay away from long entries for like an hour or two. It would appear that Upstart has a lot of pressure to the upside, or an inability to move it to the downside. What's more scuffed, the fact that my bank doesn't let me place stop loss on my shares, or the fact that I found out because this is the first time I'm profitable enough to look for it? Get a better broker, man. You're not people get way too tied into their brokerages. It doesn't matter which one you use. Find one you like. They're like, ah man, I'm with Fidelity. I can't do these things. So go to fucking someone else. Do you see Upstart ran from 12 to 18? Has potential to run further than GME? Or are they both really not started yet? I don't think either one of them has really realized any significant amount of volume. Are you gonna hold the calls over the weekend? Not unless they go deep in the money today. I took profits this morning with half my position on Upstart and then bought more at the bottom with more theta. Was that dumb or should I have held? Mostly asking for the education. I think you got freaked out on the dip this morning and took profits, which isn't terrible, but it's a bit reactive to the overnight move. Please answer Potato Tom's question. If Upstart hits 100 today, will you take my shirt off? No. Well, if you become a pontiff, I'll fly to you and rip your shirt off your body. what's the proper way of calculating the day they have to cover FTDs from the day they showed up in the SEC report? Um, you're looking at for ETFs or for I already wrote a thing on this. Carl, do you have the link for that DD? It's on the old Dillionaire, like the old Pickle Financial sub. I like TDA, but they don't have that stop loss slider the stream account has, which looks dope. Oh, it's all right. How deep is typically considered deep in the money? 20, like 0.6, 0.7 delta. You're starting to get deep enough in the money that your risk is fairly minimal. As an upstairs shareholder, I bought 112.50 puts with 217 expiry. Should I cut my losses on those and rehedge based on next week's action? It's up to you, man. Those are I mean, you bought puts at like Upstart's like lowest price, like 52-week low. So I'm not gonna say that's a great position. Must be nice to be able to internalize the positive gamma hedge on the downside while you're shorting a stock, right? Is Jimmy 2024 bid ask usually this absurdly wide? It depends on the strike, but sometimes it can be. Counting FTDs and shit. Thank you so much, Carl. All right, so pulling back to the long-term trend, 39.67. Bottoming out here would be a good sign. We can move down to this trend. So let's see if that holds. Ideally, through the midday, we kind of want to chop here if we're not going to break up. At least the bulls do. And then I move up into like, the later part of the afternoon. So yeah, if we kind of just want to see some stabilization. That's not really 39.65, but it's close enough. But what FTD price action? There's no FTD price action. Reddit says it looks like you aren't allowed to do that. Huh. I don't know. Our Zillionaires is a private sub now? Oh man, that guy's such a cunt. June 130p on Nvidia, decent theta. I'm hoping we'll go deep in the money by March. He tried to like blackmail me to like buy the subreddit from him. I don't care. I'll just recopy and paste the DD. Think they will keep pushing down Upstart before the 17th, and we'll have a better time to jump in on calls before then. Why? Because we dropped fucking 40 cents? No? Did I miss some bad economic news today? No, not really. Bank earnings weren't great. Why? What happened? It's a great idea, Dork. I think at one point Zakir took all the DD off of that sub anyway, so we have it somewhere. I'll have to ask Zakir about it. Hey, Victor's back. What's up, Victor? Yeah, Tesla's still a piece of shit, man. Thanks, Trina. Are you delighted today, Bearman? Squamsk? Snack funds. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. Ooh, I do want a snack. I should have a bowl of Lucky Charms. You're a snack. Thank you. Where did your nutmegs go? I haven't been making it. The quality of the nuts at Trader Joe's that I was using have declined, and I need to find a better nut supplier. I would have asked Carl, but we all know the story there. Do you swear how option settlement works with the Monday holiday? Would settlement be due on Tuesday? Yeah. No problem, King David Cartel. Congrats, dude. I got the same leverage on my 15C. Roll to March 2250 with better Vega. I have Jan for 2017 to roll today for better Vega. Maybe sell 3 today, hold 1 for next week. What Vega do you look for? I mean, I generally don't look for Vega on near the money calls because it's already high. I mean, you can buy more Theta, but those aren't like IV plays. If I'm targeting IV, I'm looking at like far dated out of the money calls with low delta exposure. Is it easier to trade on Friday the 13th, assuming more superstitious idiots are making counter trades than usual? Maybe. Our bounce here was nuts. I did not expect that. I'm sure the pickle jar would donate some nut for you. Maybe. But the quality is the question. I had a big bowl of cereal last night and it gave me the runs today, so I've had to cry in the toilet all morning. Terrible. That's that's awful. Not even in your car? You should get one of those like car potties. One day I hope to have Girk speak with love towards me for being that guy, like Victor with Tesla and Buckled Up Jen or Trash Dan and his time around the Wendy's dumpster. Hashtag goals for 2023. Just try to develop more of a outgoing personality, Jeff. I got your back, man. We'll see if you can come up with something that catches on. Costco honey roasted mixed nuts are phenomenal. I don't want sugar on my nuts. Check DMs. Fuck. Jesus Christ. What? Oh, cause did you go nuts on them because they were on sale at Costco? I did too. I have like 4 boxes. I haven't touched them. SPX gonna break 3980 soon because I just sold a call in my Roth at a loss. Isn't it crazy how the entire market movement is centered around keeping GME below the critical margin line? They don't. My son likes to throw them in the cart. Just put them back. Be like, don't do that shit. My mom used to get so angry with me for doing that. Just don't be like the orphan in chat. He'll shun you. You're not shunned. For 35C days, it doesn't skip weekends, but it does skip holidays, right? No, it doesn't skip anything. He forgot to mention walk-in. No, he didn't. How does Costco work in New York City? They won't own like an entire block for the warehouse. There's one in Brooklyn, and then there's one on the Upper West Side. They're both large. I concur that Costco's nut selections are on fleek. I intentionally avoid anything salted because I'll overeat them. Too gravy. Raw nuts are great though. My like fruit allergy kind of carries over to raw tree nuts. Also, higher levels of cyanide, right? So not great to just be jamming down on raw bitter almonds or raw almonds. Pollen birch allergy? Maybe. I don't know what the fuck it is. Why is the stream card you turning into a bear? Well, first of all, I don't think it's me, but because I knew everyone was going to be bearish with the market opening down this morning. Everyone was, but they're better now because it turned around right away. How can we be bearish in the buying opportunity? Stocks only go up. People are weird. Yeah, the market has been fun this week. I've had a very enjoyable time. I still want my 3980 calls for my straddle to print today, though. I came very close. But then I was like, no, I'm going to be greedy and target a price higher than 3980. Not just break even, profitable, right? I mean, I got fucking 5 days on them. Let's go. Or 8. 8 days? That's 8 days. Okay. Well, same thing. I just sold my condo in Miami. I have another 3 mil coming. I hope we crash. Nice. I'm start going to 30 next week. I don't know. I'm calling the stream a Ponzi scheme to discussing SPX moves. Walken understands a pickle jar more than most at this point. I have $15 Jan 20 on Upstart. I kind of want to keep just for the leverage, but it feels bad to have unrealized gains with no theta. 20p or 20c. I mean, it's probably something you want to reposition unless you're going to exercise it. I just want to the can redemption and got 1265. I hope we crash. Okay, I gotta go to a meeting. Put Guybrush on the screen when the run is over, so I'll know. I sold my Gen 2015C for 500%. Nice, man. Some idiot bought my Fubo $3 cover call for $1 that expires today. That's crazy. Ban whoever said that about Guybrush. How high is realistically possible for Ivy to go up on 120 GME 237.50s? You're not gonna make any money on those. That's a terrible, terrible IV play. IV plays you need theta, right? Because the further out of the money you are, the less vega you have, right? And so, in order to get more vega and still be delta insensitive, you need to go very far. You want the call to be very far dated. Quick, Carla and Lisa Sue are in need of a rescue, and you can only save one. Who would you save and why? Lisa Sue. She's made me more money than Carl. No, far dated like a year. I know, I'm not going to. I'm just trying to figure out how much I should accept as losing. Held them way too long since like April, May, June, July buy-ins. Oh Jesus. Yeah, well, first of all, you needed to roll those at some point. Especially when Theta started to grind down. And then I mean, even in August, they weren't the best vague like IV play on GME. And you were holding them pre. Oh, you had 950s. I see. Um, yeah. I don't think they're gonna realize a lot of value. At least, definitely not on this volume. Any thoughts on the thesis that HKD is used to generate capital for basket pumps? It's bullshit. That's just illiquid. All of the pump that occurs on HKD is due to preferred share trading, and then there's another company that owns HKD, and they sell off their shareholding on the dump side, which causes repeated downside halts and makes it really difficult to exit with any profit. It's just like a money laundering scheme. What are your thoughts on the Lobster King? He basically thinks there's no obligations. Is he a troll? He's just an idiot. I mean, that's my thought on most people in the public Discord chat, especially the more inflammatory ones. They're just usually very, very dumb. So they're either trolls or they're stupid. It's up to you. Is it just me or does Jimmy seem a bit illiquid right now? I mean, it is. Just coincidence that it's 2 out of 2. HQ. I mean, you can say that the fucking market ran 4 out of 4 times with GME this year, or I mean, it's just fucking stupid, right? It's a correlation with no meaning. Correlation is not causation. All kinds of things have happened. Other stocks have ran at the same time as HKD. HKD didn't even exist all of last year. So what the fuck were they getting money out of last year? Do you think SPX can get up to 4,200 in Q1, Q2? Fed only doing 25 BPS, earnings fine thesis. Next leg down is closer to end of year. Next leg down would probably be Q1 then. That would push it out to Q1, but I have a hard time believing all of the Q4 earnings are going to be fine. Loss mostly missing, mitigated by short put spread. I mean, I have no intention of carrying GME covered calls right now. We live in a computer, and given enough time, I can prove all of it. Mike, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. The cheese has slid directly off your cracker. Is there any causation between NDX and SPX movements? I mean, there's some correlations. They're separate indices, but they carry many of the same stocks. Never assume malice what can easily be attributed to stupidity. Yeah. Did Upstart find some liquid titty? I'll say thanks for putting in the work. You're appreciated greatly. Yeah, they got a little bit of liquidity. Pull back to VWAP. Midday consolidation. Yep, kind of a boring day, but hopefully call buying persists. Any correlation between SPX and SPY? They seem sus. Did Upstart find thank you, Ryan, by the way. Gherkin top of the comments today. A little bit, yeah. That's the midday. This is usually when I catch up and then I fall behind again later. I just bought a $3 million condo from some guy rambling about DRS, MOASS, and living at Wendy's. Do you think he's in this chat? What's up, Buckled Up Jen? Or goodbye, Buckled Up Jen? Everyone say goodbye to Buckled Up Jen. Dump Bobby bags made lighter by averaging down bigly this week. Your saltiness on it was salty enough to keep me grounded. I hope everyone makes money on it, but it feels good to be out. Let's fucking go, GME Upstart. Nice, dude. Congrats on the gains. I'm financially ruined from this dip until it back halfs like a motherfucker. Okay. Let me catch you while it's chill then. Thoughts on VIX calls? Not terrible. But it could go lower. You hang on to your Jimmy 120s over the long weekend. Probably not. No. I just built a $3 million house in Florida. The frame is made of paper mache. Should be good in a hurricane. Did you buy more Rev? Said you were going to in Jan, right? Yeah, I did. My cost basis is down to like, oh, like I think just around $4.20 something cents. Like 418 or something like that. I bought a little bit. I don't know if I'm gonna buy more unless there's something going like a positive move towards an acquisition of some sort. Really want to see SPX 4100, VIX sub 1650. Then I'll buy all the puts. I mean, I'd like to see that too, but so would everyone. People are buying closer and closer to the money calls rise. Noted planning to calls are very cheap on Gme. IV's still pretty low, so people aren't buying like 35s and 40s, and that brings gamma max down. Is the Rever Cube cost basis based on your initial capital or the lost gains? It's based on the lost gains. It's not 420. It's like 418. It's not that fun. Sorry. Every time Mike says something off the wall, I flip a coin and decide whether to time them out or not. They can't get mad about it. The universe numbers made me do it. It's true. No, I'm not related to Buckled Up Jan. Trusty Leaf, welcome to Dillionaire Man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream to the country club. Do you think long-term puts on GME are a good play? Right now? No. Sometimes. Close to the money means a better gamma ramp once you begin to run and makes T+2 all the better, correct? Yeah, if they go in the money. I have a GME call that expires today that is up bigly. If I let it go to market close, what price would it close out? The bid or the current price? It would expire worthless. Unless your broker closes it for you automatically. And then probably at the bid. If we end the day here on Upstart and Jimmy, will there be T+2 action next week from call options in the money? Some, not as much as if Upstart was above 1750 though. Upstart still has quite a bit of liquidity left for today. They might short it. They could short it potentially all the way back to like 1677. Unless active fund pressure picks up again. GME, roughly the same. Arbitrage on GME still isn't resolved, which is interesting. I leave for 20 minutes for work call, and y'all go and drop Upstart a buck. What gives? They're just shorting into the market consolidation. Where do they keep getting liquidity? They get it from the ETFs every morning. How's SPX looking? Stable? We don't want to see it. Ideally, we don't want to see it fall below 39.65. Any retail activity? Not a lot. How can we bump Bob's Yelp rating above 4.5 stars? You know, that's a really good question. He has so many reviews, it's almost impossible at this point. Will that ETF liquidity be realized at OPEX? Ideally, yes. Where do the ETFs get it? They make it out of thin air. And then they write contracts against it to balance the net loss, or the net reduction in their total balance. They didn't use much liquidity this AM on open. Nope. Makes sense to use it now. Probably got a smidge more on that peak. Just a bit, yeah. What's the swing for the fences play for Jimmy and Upstart? Possible for Jan 2024 to 10x. Jan 2024s are probably not going to 10x. They'd probably like 4 or 5x. Does NQ lead EQ or is it an illusion? It's an illusion. This looks looking like a bounce or a leg down. It's looking like it's going to do what I said it's going to do. So, expect big SPX sell-off end of day for the holiday weekend? Not necessarily. We can get a big pump into the holiday weekend. I have lots of Jimmy with an average of 50, odds of breaking even and making profit. You have shares on GME at $50? I mean, unless something fundamental changes with the company, it's going to be a while before you break even. Have you ever considered averaging down your position or selling covered calls against it to lower your cost basis? Jan 24,000C, don't want their theta eaten alive. Is an incentive for it to push higher before the weekend? Yes. Can you move your GME chart? Why? What's wrong with it? to move it to a better broker, man. I bet leaps when they become weeklies. Oh, we know. Since you will play the VUP song, will you at least give me some hot forearm action? Which side? You want this side? There you go, Carl. I said I'm not super hairy. I mean, I have like hair on my forearms, just not a lot of it. All major U.S. stock exchanges will be closed on Monday, January 16th, 2023, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. That is correct. $0.06. That's exciting. Those I need to wait on. I forgot about this. I think I hit a stop on something. I don't know what. Fidelity just notified me markets are closed December 26th, 2022 for a holiday. Classic US defaultism. I'm going to trade FTSE options all day and it'll be great. It might be. Did you exit your upstart 20s? I don't know. My February ones? Oh, maybe. Yeah, they might have gotten stopped. Did they? What's the contract price? Did they fall to 35? If they fell to 35, they got stopped out. Yeah, it looks like they're gone. Jans, yeah, Jans are gone. I still have the Feb 17s. Let's start down 20 cents. Popcorn Trader just lost another life savings. Will you stream FTSE on Monday? No. To make 500, I lost 2K. Is this how the big players do it? Wait, what? It's going to be hard to actually do, but what's the potential return on scalping out of the money weeklies on big runs on Jamie or Upstart? It can be very, very high, but it's also very, very high risk. Jimmy looking so good right now. It's looking good, but I don't think it's going to run hard today. If it starts running today, it won't be until like the later part of the afternoon. I know it's a piece of shit, but what's going on with Newegg? I mean, it's a liquid. It might run. I don't like a lot of the things going on there. They also have a shelf offer, like a big one. which I think they can execute at any time. So yeah, kind of another situation where you could get dumped on and end up a bag holder. Did they use the upstart liquidity that was available? No, there's still some more. They actually have quite a bit more left. Volume's very low right now. So Jesus, Jimmy has almost no volume. It's more likely a rally into the weekend or a sell off into the weekend. I'm leaning into the ladders. The Bulls have more profit opportunities. That's possible. I don't know. I don't think there's that many bears, frankly. At least not yet. All the bears are busy building like positions at 3,500 right now. Is there anything wrong with only trading 0 DTE and weekly options? No, but you need to know how to trade them. Like it's fine, but you have to know what you're doing. They're very risky. Spork, thanks. No problem. To find some more on Upstart liquidity, we're gonna be going down the rest of the day some more, or for the next hour. I don't know. It depends on how hard they push and how many like downtick opportunities they have. But I said before they could probably bring us back down to like 1677 ish with the liquidity they have right now. I'll probably do the member stream on Sunday. Is silver still a play, physical or an ETF? I mean, yeah, I have SLV like positions. You don't. I think physical is just like a pain in the ass. But like, exposure to it's fine. SLV was a pickles pick back when it was down at like, fuck, what was it, $17 or something. Slow grind up in the silver cycle. I don't know if I'd buy it now. Are you still holding most of your 120s for GME? Let's see. I have. What do I have in Weeble? So I have some 25s. It looks like I still have 1650 and 1875s for 120. So I'll probably move those today. The 25s, I don't know. The 20s are up. If you had a 5-star restaurant, what kind of cuisine are you serving? I don't know. French or Italian? What website do you use to get the economic data on a calendar? The one you post on Discord? I think it's called Trading Economics. There's a bunch of them though. Fidelity has a pretty good one. For all those who have big profits on calls for high vol stocks, have you considered covering your cost basis and then letting the rest ride with no risk if you're so concerned about missing the upside? No, people don't like to do that. when they do that downtick shorting, what does the market maker typically do to imply the volatility? It generally goes down, right? This is very mostly like kind of low volume. Are you excited for the upcoming commodity super cycle? Of course. Give me the eggplant parm recipe, shill. I have 150 ounces of silver with an in-hand cost of 1950. 1 ounce of gold at 1950. Long hold, I don't mind physical. Ugh. GME Costa bar is rising, especially under the hood. Also less significant, but those sites are showing GME flashing on the short squeeze indicators. Yeah, GME looks really good. I'm excited about it. Buff uff. Beef egg? That's what I was gonna name my restaurant. I can't believe you remembered, Knuckleballer. My dream with regards to trading in the short term, swing trades, few days to a few weeks long, so I don't need to sit by a computer all day and I can still travel and have as much free time as possible. Yeah, I don't think you understand the world of professional trading if you think you're gonna have a lot of free time. Netflix, time to short Netflix again soon. Looks super overbought on the daily chart. Maybe in the next few weeks. I'm working on a new trading platform called MeBear. You're only allowed to sell calls and buy pets. Thoughts? Wait, how do you sell? Okay. Will you hold GME calls through the weekend? Yeah, some. Can you go over why market shorts are not facts, and why their margins are fine, and we'll never see a sustainable 4,000 environment? Thanks. Because earnings are going to suck. They're not fine. They're actually in quite a lot of trouble. They've been betting on the downside for a long time now without any realized crash. Um, they didn't make very good profits in October. They over leveraged the downside and the market bounced super fucking hard. It hasn't come back down since, and they've burned up shitloads of capital and puts. The rate of return on short positions in this period of time is extremely low. So they're also not just like ingrained shorts. They can go long as well. They'll reposition when the opportunity presents itself, but it has yet to do so. The market goes down when the bulls become the bears. Let's look at SPX long-term trends. Tough to say above 4,000. Yeah, I know. Well, not really. I mean, it's tough to stay above 4,000 right now. On the long-term trend, there's quite a lot of time above 4,000. I don't have any egg exposure. I have some Costco calls. Yeah, I've seen his paper on all gains being made in the pre-market and after hours. I take advantage of that. but it's not entirely accurate. What are your thoughts on Upstart 510 2024 calls? They're just like an IV play. And I just bought them as a meme. They're like a joke. They're not like a serious position. So are Ken and Elon like BFFs now? I mean, hopefully. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. What happened? Stefan, stop shilling your shitty rounded bottom breakouts to people. No Lucky Charms? No. Ramen. Would you rather he shilled salt lamps? Honestly? Yes. Rounded bottom breakout, same like second chance to sell the top, you bag holding fool. A lot of times, yeah. They're slightly more successful in a bear market, but they don't have a very high rate of success. Most of the time, they break out to a lower than previous high and then fail. And when they fail spectacularly. Gex update, still just call buying. I'm not seeing any significant changes in like 0DTE call positioning. I guess some of the 39.65 long calls sold off, but we're already kind of pushing above those. 39.90 and 39.75 both look pretty good. 4,000 still looks strong on the daily for 0DTs. As for net gamma, a little bit of more long side. Yeah, it's actually hard to say. Long side capitulation or short side buildup. Between our current price and 39.30. However, the flat gamma to the downside doesn't seem to be nearly as significant as the positive gamma to the upside. So it's very likely that we at least see another test of 4,000 before we see a larger sell-off. Are you done picking up defer pex calls? Oh no, absolutely not. I'm going to take some profits on some of them today. I took profits on a few, but I'm going to take profits on some more, especially the in the money calls, and I'm going to reposition all that probably next week. Let's see, the whole data package is like a few grand plus some like add-ons. I don't know how much they cost. And then like some of the other sites that we use to check our analysis against, like for some reason I'm still subscribed to fucking Market Chameleon, which is the worst, by the way. What a fucking waste of money. What we want, the data package we want to build is like 20,000 a month, 15 to 20,000 a month. And then we'll be able to move from like end of day to intraday, which is so fucking spicy. It's cool that RBBs aren't for everyone, but straight up, did you see the win rate on the list of the 10 stocks I gave you? 9 out of 10 are profitable. All were rounded bottom breakouts. Man, Every fucking stock in the market has a win rate over the last week because the market rallied like 200 basis points, 300 basis points. We just calculate the IV. It's been so long since I've eaten a ramen. I think this thing's from like 4 years ago. I gave you that list on the 29th. Man, since the 29th of December, the fucking market has gone up like what, almost 400 basis points at the peak. Maybe a little more. Wait, instant ramen? Are you okay? I wanted to walk in the footsteps of the pores. It's not like basic instant ramen. It's got like some it's got like scallions and hot oils. It's not some like Marchwan in a packet, but I'm about to eat the fuck out of it. I think the noodles are buckwheat. Shin Black slaps. I think it's like too spicy with not enough other flavors. Puts on UAL. I guess if you want to. XX, well, the market is slow. Can you please give an overview of the tip touching graphs? Like where you source the data and what it represents? Absolutely not. How does an unanticipated catalyst like the BBY repurchase last year affect it? Well, it would be unanticipated. Is there a reading somewhere on the Discord? Nope. Sorry, bro. That's pretty fucking good. Quite satisfactory. That's too hot. Ow. All right. Since you recently bought out Coca-Cola, can you please reveal the secret recipe? I did not. Please go over how to calculate IV on an equity while not dismissing the request entirely. I mean, you're going to have to look up various calculation methods, but, generally your baseline is going to be Black-Scholes, right? And then you're looking at like, American options. You're going to have to do some tweaking to that. So, because you have to understand dividend and interest rate, um, smile interpolation and extrapolation, and spline interpolation. You could use the Sabre model, which I think is what like CBOE uses. There's a couple other models too. There's like 7 or 8 of them. Everyone uses different models, and a lot of people use proprietary models. So you end up with calculations of IV in market data that are kind of all over the place. My wife asked me to start sending her videos to me every time I make my own white, but I really enjoy doing it while I brown. How can I make my brown invisible? Paint your toilet green. Give me your market edge for free. Thanks. That would be great. Yeah, it's a problem. Although edge is kind of bullshit, but there's always opportunity somewhere. Can you please read aloud all of your trading secrets and information so that we can front run every trade you plan on making? Thanks in advance. Is SPXL a bad long-term hold because it's leveraged? Yes. You mean you'd like to buy it on the next big market dump? You have to factor in the rate of theta decay, or the fund decay. Theta decay and fund decay if you're trying to buy options on it. What percentage of questions in this stream are stock related? 15 to 20. What's a stock that inverses the SPY or QQQ? SQQQ or SPXS? SPY SPX trend on the daily. Start coming around 1229. How difficult to break this downward trend? Pretty difficult. I mean, we keep butting up against it right now. Does this actually have like little pieces of garlic in it? This is phenomenal. I have no idea what brand of ramen this is. I just like, I go to the like H Mart, and I go to the instant soups aisle, and I just buy the most expensive ones. Thoughts on large dividend ETFs like JEPI or TLTW for the long-term safe buy and hold portfolio? Safe is relative. They're fine. I mean, 10 years drip. You can get Momofuku Noodle Box with really good stuff off their site. Not a terrible deal either. I can just go to Momofuku. They're not that far away. It depends on which noodles the instant ramen uses, right? If there's like if they use the processed noodles, those are really bad for you. But if they use like real ramen noodles, it's not so bad. I see you two are a connoisseur of the sort by highest to lowest price and your consumer decisions. I have a question about options chain arbitrage and executing two different trades to take advantage of it. How much peanut butter to put on a PB&J? Okay, so peanut butter and jelly should be 70% peanut butter, 30% jelly, unless it's chunky peanut butter, in which case it should be 60-40. That's not true. I did do a slurp. Kono Best Yakitori. Oh, okay. I'll have to check that out. The noodles in the instant ramen are terrible for your digestive system. So I try to buy ones that don't have the like fossil fuel based noodles. Whatever that shit's called that keeps you from digesting them. There's like TBHQ and there's another chemical. There's like another chemical in instant ramen noodles that are that like keeps your stomach acid from breaking them down. If SPX breaks 39.80 here, are we gonna get another crazy Friday rally? We could, yeah. Petroleum. Your ratio is off because the chunky peanut butter raises the elevation of the bread. I don't care about the thickness of the sandwich. But it's just chemicals that make them safe to eat after a nuclear event. When GME calls have gone in the money, how does repositioning work? Oh god. Well, you would take profits and then buy different calls. Yes, it would, Roberto. Yeah, so the big bad things in instant ramen noodles are the TBHQ and the BPAs in the packaging. Yeah, alongside like MSG and corn syrup, palm oil, all the other shit that's bad for you too. But those two are really bad. We're talking poor people foods. I can't believe nobody's brought up grilled cheese and tomato soup. Are you still expecting a run next week? I took profits on some Jimmy calls yesterday. Looking to get some Feb 17s or March. Yeah, I do. I still think the potential for a run is very much on the table. I don't think Jimmy has run yet, but some of the basket stocks are starting to run. Hopefully, that's an indication that we're targeting the ones that represent higher risk. Use leftover hot dog water to make a nice stock for a base. Ugh. My favorite is a piece of bread with ketchup and a piece of American cheese in the oven. Had a lot of those back when I was a wee lad. Huh. Did we mention butter noodles? Fried bologna is amazing. Fuck, I want to buy some bologna now. There's a place like it's like 20 blocks away from me, but it's like a German delicatessen, and they make their own bologna in house. It's actually phenomenal. I wanted to buy some bologna last week to relive a childhood lunch memory. It kind of slaps, right? Egg in a hole for the win. I never had that when I was little. My favorite is ketamine and pho. What is bologna? It's not pronounced bologna. Um, Meat and meat fats mashed together into a paste and then formed into a loaf. You know, I tried to make fried mortadella one time. It was fucking so bad. It does not fry up well. Yeah, it's got to be beef bologna. See, now I'm gonna say it that way. God damn it. Fuck you, dork. Flat hot dogs? Kind of. Do you eat New York City hot dogs? Fuck no. Bologna seem like really, really wide, sliced glizzy. My favorite lower middle class food was Hot Pockets. I liked them a long time ago, but they suck now. They've gotten worse. They've gotten so much worse. Hot Pockets, when they first came out, they were actually really good. You guys remember fucking croissant pockets? Those things were amazing. What about Entenmann's? Elio's? That's disgusting. That's like fucking lunchroom pizza, like free lunch pizza. Man, that 39.75 wall is insane. It's really not. We're just not doing anything because it's fucking 12:41 and no one cares. And they're getting ready for their 3-day weekend in the Hamptons. How are Hot Pockets not a poor food? When I was in like middle school, they were like $1 a box. Totino's pizza kicks ass. Totino's party pizza. None of their other food is edible. But that also has that Totino's pizzas have the same chemical in them that keep you from digesting ramen noodles. Kid cuisine frozen dinners, only the brownie. That fucking like undercooked brownie. That thing was amazing. And the mashed potatoes, if you put butter in them. Stouffer's French bread pizzas, but that's like a luxury food. Hamburger Helper was big at my house. My grandma would just make like shit on a shingle. She was from the Midwest. So she'd buy dried beef and fucking so many sauces that were just flour and butter. Although, if you've never had cream dried beef, it actually tastes amazing. There's just no substance to it. Do you put the corn on top of your potatoes? I mean, so I had to conserve the butter, and yes, so my grandma would put like the butter on top of the corn, and I wanted it on the mashed potatoes, so I would move the corn into the potatoes in order to get the butter there. We call it chip beef on a slice of white bread. I mean, yeah, that's what it was. It's just biscuits and gravy, but with white bread and worse meat. Jimmy Dean biscuits and gravy, the only frozen breakfast worth eating. I can't eat other people's biscuits and gravy. It's always so bad. The only place I've ever had biscuits and gravy where it was good was in Atlanta at some like hole in the wall diner. And it's so easy to make, and yet everyone fucks it up. Are we bullish in here or what? Was I supposed to be something else? Why didn't you tell me how to feel this morning, Jay Fresh? I waited for your DM. And it never came. No, but they gave me sweet tea that was basically just brown corn syrup. Like Caro on ice. Pig's feet, chicken feet, gizzard's tripe. Those special occasions. I've never been to Dutch Bros. I have Feb 17. No. Caro. It's a brand of corn syrup. I have Feb 17 calls on GME 2535, Upstart 203035. Am I going to lose much over the weekend, or can I wait till later next week to get a longer dated position? Feb 17 is not going to get hurt too hard. Even after the weekend, you're going to still have more than 30 DTE till expiration. No, I haven't, Bob. Are you offering one up? Nope. Not Cavo. Caro. It's pronounced Caro, not Caro. Fucking pronounce it however you want, man. It looks like this. Like a big fucking... It's just corn syrup. Gork, GME is not up 1,000,000%. I am filled with despair. Please send help. Re is defer deca octa nova defer pex dead. I don't know. The price go down yet? Looks good to me. Repronounce it Cairo. That's what my grandma would call it. I think that's like a Midwest thing. Why can't Fubo get past 218? Just be happy that it's not $1.60 anymore, right, man? No, but I'm scared. Don't be or be. I don't care. Speaking of corn syrup, anyone with a pickle jar ever been to Shady Maple Smorgasbord in Lancaster, Pennsylvania? I've heard of it, I think. There was a red candle, so I called my mom and cried on the phone. What did she tell you? Serp? No, my grandma wasn't from New Jersey. She was from the Midwest. Like the Indiana, Ohio, Illinois region. Like the mid. Why are we debating corn syrup? Has Stefan covered that canola oil is a more convenient cooking alternative to olive oil or butter with health benefits, same like drinking bleach? It's actually pronounced Ka-O. I'm having a heart attack, Ka-O, dead. I looked at your viewer demographics. Anything fun in there? 90% of the pickle jar lives in New Jersey. I just hate watching you for being in New York. There's a shocking number of Canadians and Brits. and everyone's a dude. Like, don't be fooled. Everyone's a dude. I bought some 21-0 DC on Jimmy when they were at 2069 a little bit ago. Will my degeneracy pay off? Maybe. Oh, there's a lot of Australians too. Hello. I mean, hello. It's crazy how people think you can read the future and are mad when you basically read the future, but people's execution is poor. Well, it'll catch up. There's no girls on the internet. Exactly. How long do you see this melt up continuing on Nvidia? 2 weeks? Could be. Might be a little longer. Patience, Sisyphus. But the Discord is full of hot single women in your area. I don't know about Mormons. That's the Discord, though. The Discord's full of hot women. It's actually mostly hot women. And they're single. It's hard enough trying not to be invisible, for God's sake. Don't totally erase me, please. I'm not Jen Jen. Don't worry. I'll never let anyone else shush me. Spread getting tight on Jan 24 125Cs. Are we about to move hard as fuck on GME? Maybe. Like I said, if we're gonna move hard, it's gonna be at the end of the day. Am I Jar Gurk? What's everyone's favorite prawn stars? Jaslyn Ray and India Summer make my wife and I super tired. Oh God. I don't know. I don't know any of their names really. So I couldn't tell you. Is it bad that I don't want us to run with the GM this low? No. Why didn't you tell us DDS was the real MOASS? I said I bought 100 shares. Are you in Top Chat again? Probably. Why can't you talk on Top Chat, Surface Smurf? Can you explain what a synthetic long is? Sell a put, buy a call. Because they're on bottom chat. I don't know the answer to that question. Jimmy about to make white. It's moving up. I fortified my chicken pen because the internet said hot women in your area want your cock. So you were afraid of poultry theft? If they were just talking about chicken tender daddy. if you buy a SVX call, we would probably rip. All right, let's find out. Nope, it didn't do it. Now I have a 39.75 call that I didn't want. You give terrible financial advice. And now it's down 10 cents. Well, that's it, guys. I'm broke. It's been fun streaming to all of you. I hope you enjoy your 3-day weekend. I'm now done with the markets. If you're broke, you need to stream for money. Yeah, but on the OnlyFans. Not on here. This doesn't pay shit. Fuck. Alright, I'm back in it. No, Gherk, make it a phone-a-thon. Sorry, guys, if we don't get 3 or more billionaires in the next 20 minutes, the stream ends today. But that's just like more people that feel entitled to ask me extra questions. Some of you, and you know who you are, billionaires, really take advantage of the member status. Mr. That one guy who sent me 75 DMs yesterday. I didn't read them. How dare you, JC? Jean-Claude Van Damme, welcome to Dillionaire. Or should I say welcome back? I'll try to make it so that your paper-handed bitch appears above your Dillionaire status if I can. Don't leave, Daddy. Can we do a poll to guess who that person was? It wasn't Stefan. I'll say that much. Generally, if I tell Stefan leave me alone, he will for a day. The 75 DMs were because Zom was below 130. Wait, we're allowed to DM you? No. Hey, Gorg, I'd like to ask my hard-entitled question. Does puts cost same like shares? Yes. I'm one of the OG billionaires. I've never sent you a DM because honestly, you're a piece of shit. Thanks, man. When puts on SPX, thanks. Like a week or two. Next week, maybe? Little ones. Then 2 weeks after that. I'm taking advantage of my member status. Also, do you think the SEC T+1 proposal would increase or decrease volatility? Tighter need to hedge, but less gamma exposure. Ooh, T+1. I like that. Rip your inbox? Yeah, probably. It might increase volatility, actually. I tried to DM you once to the reading list, and Discord wouldn't let me. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, you motherfuckers. I'm not reading that shit. Wait until I become a pigeon whale and you'll never open your inbox again. The IV on my DMs just skyrocketed. You're right. Well, I very much appreciate you referring to me as Mister. I'm more of a garden hose, and it was only 72 messages. Are all of those from Superstock users? No, they message me on Reddit and say things like, I hope you die, Pickle Man. Stop taking advantage of GME shareholders. Stuff like that. I know where you live. What would Jesus do? I've gotten that just as a message 35 or 40 times. Why do you shill options when you know DRS is the way? Oh, yep, you beat JFresh, Jean-Claude. Congratulations. Banana Bayesian, thanks, man. And Chicken Tender Daddy. Yeah. What would Jesus do? He'd buy some fucking calls. It's hard to be a contractor when your girlfriend's a prostitute. I don't DM you often, but when I do, I try to be extra annoying. Thanks. 2,500 weeklies just went in the money on GME. Cool. No, Jesus would first buy puts, crash the market, invoke a plague, flood the lands, then buy calls at the bottom. That's God, not Jesus. Could Spy just rip into the end of the day? Or as we like know him, Kenneth Cordell Griffin. I think we might see some of the money out of the money call buying next week. I got out way too early on the Jamie Upstart calls for March. Best I can do is CC's this run, but seems risky out of the money right now. It is. It's been a fun 14 months or whatever. P.S. Fuck the Bears and the shorts. I agree. You were right. Upstart started moving in the afternoon. It did. It also moved in the earlier part of the day. Thank you, Lawrence of Alabia. I thought J-Pow seemed like God. More like Titan. Father of the gods. Explain how we can set off MOASS when one of its degen regards wins the Mega Millions. I mean, the odds of that happening are very small. Jimmy close price prediction today? I don't fucking know, man. Somewhere in here. Let's plot it. How about that? Wait, is there like oh, here we go. Oh. Fuck. How do you input this piece of shit? Oh, there we go. Let's try that out. Let's see how close we are. Is Guybrush not a thing anymore? Why not just throw him up there? I don't want it to run too hard now that I've drawn the line. I hit enter. Do not try double clicking. It just makes a new one. This is the TA I was looking for. I feel like my initial slope might be too aggressive. Should be like here. That's better. Did Atomic make another Fubo buy? Look at that candle. You mean to say the extremely bullish pattern you drew in 15 seconds without much thought might not be 100% correct? Chill. Exactly. Justice for feces. We're not bringing that shit back up again. Greg, how do you determine selling CCs at the peak as opposed to waiting T plus for T plus 2 period? Asking for a friend. What? if if we have a run and then we have a T plus 2 lull and then a higher high afterwards, this is the peak. Not this. This would be a lower high. Does upstart look like a bear flag on the 5 minute today? No? I don't think so. Let me look. No. Ugh, I've zoomed in too much. Gross. Here's the deal. When it comes time to sell CCs, I'm not saying shit. Because I need to sell mine, and I don't care about yours. That's bullish as fuck. If Jamie's a 10% for GameX and the pickle computer keeps dinging, it means he's selling you calls. Actually, my Fidelity account doesn't make dinging noises. Odorous colon. So when you disappear during a GME run, that's the CC signal? Duly noted. No, that means I'm like eating or going to the bathroom. Fubo's getting kind of spicy. Historically, what's an average profit you get on a CC that's deep in the money on one of these runs? $10 to $20. It depends. After the split, not so great. Like $10, but more of them. In March, I sold a shitload of calls for like $35 a premium each. Per contract? Yeah. You're writing these CCs today before close? Absolutely fucking not. Eating our attendees and shit on our boards. I'm not really into that. I hear all of this talk about CCs, and I still can't figure out what cheap pizza has to do with GameStop. Got to dig deeper into the basket. Why were people in Discord selling cover calls? Peak depression? Lack of faith? I don't know. Inability to analyze the underlying. They like to lose money. I can't give you a good one. Is there a percentage in the money you target on those runs for cover calls? Sorry if you've said a bunch of times already. Yes, there is. Hold upstart Jan $20 over the weekend. A bad idea. I cut mine already today. This is up to you, I guess. Do you ever think about how many lives you're a part of now? No, I try not to. Like, I've watched most trading days for the last year or so. The number of hours I've just had you talking in my ear is staggering. The number of hours I've talked in your ear is staggering. They don't watch the stream. Yeah, that's a big part of it. There's a lot of people in the Discord that don't watch the stream at all.
And so they don't really know what the fuck is going on, and they just do stuff. My Jan 20th calls for Upstart and Jimmy are calling out of their negative value. I didn't roll all of my calls. Oh, okay. I pulled up your OCC vid when my wife was starting a show, and she was like, please go hang out with Pickle Man in another room. And ooh, daddy, we love you whispering in our ears. I know you do, trash. They dumping more liquidity? They close to running out yet? I don't know. I didn't check. Jimmy's getting fucking hammered. Ooh, yeah. Jimmy just lost a bunch of liquidity over the last like 2 candles. Well, let's be more reasonable here. Liquidity drove down super hard on the last 4 candles in the 5-minute. I can't really go to the 1-minute because it doesn't show me much. But I think liquidity on Jimmy is about bottomed out now for the day. So wherever this ends, they're not gonna have a lot of liquidity after that. This could just also be like 0 DTE selling. Like people getting closed out of calls or closing calls. Obviously, they watch every single day with such knowledge gems as almost every single day he pushes is a short squeeze pump and dump. Oh, yeah. They pay a lot of attention. Well, to be fair, Fluffy, can they afford to pay attention? That's funny. My wife says she hates Pickleman's voice. She's just jealous. Spend more time with her. If I rent the Popemobile, would you drive by us? Locations to be determined. No. Fidelity strikes again. Sorry for that, but I closed them 20 minutes ago. No worries. Did you hear that Prince Harry put his mom's lip balm on his Todger? I didn't. Is that a true story? Damn. I mean, maybe he's got some issues. Thanks, little G-Wagon. You do not speak in a fucking monotone. My girlfriend heard your voice. She was convinced that you must be gay. I told her about the cat lady, and she didn't believe me. I'm not sleeping with the cat lady. I just noticed the 404 for the now private billionaire Reddit has a cat with sunglasses. Does JFresh own Reddit? No comment. The sassy eye roll when accused of being gay really sells the straightness for me. I hoped it would. What is a really gay voice? Like an effeminate gay voice? Is that what you're saying? No. Do your bedrooms share a wall? Yes. Just imitate Chuck Schumer. I don't think I've ever heard Chuck Schumer speak. I don't have a New York accent. My daughter says the couple days I didn't have your stream up, our parakeet threw fits of rage. If the parakeet loves you, you're wonderful. Thank you so much. Gert can't be gay because that would make him a bear. We're getting pulled down by Bobby. It's a pretty heavy sack of shit, so that's not surprising. Do you guys guide each other through intimate encounters? I don't know if she has any intimate encounters. She spends most of her day locked in her house with her cat. Do you talk with each other through the wall? No. Occasionally I've said shut the fuck up really loudly. Do you think it'd be smarter to average down GME calls now or wait until next week? Up to you. I don't even know what expiration you have. I mean, it depends. Do you want to reposition? Do you want to average down? Are you up? Are you in the money? Are you out of the money? If SPX doesn't break 4,000, Walking will be correct, and our timeline will shift to one that's even shittier than our current one. Still a better love story than Twilight. That's true. Oh. I don't know how many cats there are. There's at least 2, I think. There might be more. They're Gen 2023 $25 calls. If you carry them over the weekend, they're going to lose a lot of their value. Some dude on Wall Street Bets did a 60K YOLO on Bobby at $5.26. Ouch. I got a 710N green dot on deck. Yeah, I dab. What? Is this? Are you speaking pothead? I didn't understand that. Do you think they were selling puts on GME on that drop? I don't know. Are you still seeing that chick who gave you COVID? No comment. Did you ever test positive? No. If you're gonna have a lie detector on Ken Griffin, what question would you ask? He could only answer yes or no. Do you love me? Are you keeping your leaps or repositioning next week with profits? Why would I sell leaps? I don't need more theta on them. 60k Bobby YOLO represented 2% of his holdings. That's a no low. It's not very much, yeah. That's the case. I never lost my sense of taste or smell. Have you ever heard of prop trading? Yes. Most of them are scams. Some of them aren't. All of them are mostly shit. A lot of like income traders will use them because they need more leverage than they can afford to get, but and some are legitimate. Not all of them are. Not all of them are scams. Just a lot of them are, and it's hard to figure out which are and which aren't. Interesting. Sorry, I'm trying to look at SPX here. Still looks good on the longer time frame. I don't think we have a lot of downside left. A recovery seems in order. I don't know if we're gonna hit yesterday's high, but we might come close. Update on Upstart liquidity. I haven't actually looked. They still have some. I would say it hasn't bottomed out yet. Close. Upstart should be moving up for like the rest of the day, I think, at this point. Maybe we get a little closer to like 20 before close. I haven't had fried bologna in a long time. And if you don't like fried bologna, there's something wrong with you. Hey, Gert, can we run a bit? Have some 0DTs that I did not sell. Thanks. Is it normal for Fidelity or other brokerages to give an incorrect cost basis on options purchased? My cost basis and where the options filled are different? Huh. Have you bought others of that same option in the past and sold them? How does Fubo look into the end of the day? I don't know. Okay, I guess. Maybe it gets up to like 225. I don't think it sees like 230 or anything yet. You know what's super cool though is Fubo has regained its long-term trend. Like it regained the lower bound of that downtrend. That's exciting. None of this shit is run yet. It could be factoring fees. Oh yeah, it could be fees. Do you know that a thick cut slice of bologna, pan fried, is called a Newfoundland steak? Really? Gross. Did you tell your friends at BlackRock that last short on GME I freaked out and sold my position? The hedgies are winning. GameStop just tweeted an RC quote that he tweeted just before the August run up. Cool. BTU looking sexier by the day. It's a nice stock. I'm a little sad that I might not get filled on any of my CSPs though. Oh well. I just bought too many GME leaps because fuck the deferments. I am the thesis now. Why did RC move November OPEX to January? It's a good question. Um, Tax loss harvesting? Have you ever heard of Frankenstuff hot dog? No. That sounds awful though. What are CSPs? Cash secured puts. I wonder if how that guy that was ranting in the sub about you ignoring Bobby is feeling today. Justified, because I ignored Bobby, it didn't MOASS. You gotta understand how these people think. Historically, GME doesn't run on Fridays, no? It has very few Friday runs, but it's had some. I would have bought on Theta and bought Jan 2024 GME calls. I'm thinking that I may have a hard time selling them. Decent OI on the strike, but low volume traded today and a large spread. Why the fuck would anybody be trading them today, right? Roll forward, you'd be rolling them back. You could if you want to. Any thoughts on why they burnt most of that GME liquidity on that heavy short a few minutes ago? I'm not really sure. Maybe they wanted to stop out a bunch of options below VWAP. They slammed it pretty far below VWAP, right? So now if you'd had a stop where I have mine here at $20.09, you could have just laughed at them. Laughed at them in profits. Ha. It might have been. Might have been a stop loss on it. It might have coincided with like a broker, one of the brokers like force closing 0 DTEs. It could have been a big position selling off 0 DTEs and them shorting into the sale. There's a million different possibilities. Yeah, it coincided with the SPX drop. It occurred on the SPX too. The SPX dropped at the same time. All major U.S. stock markets will be closed January 16th, 2023, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I don't want to see any of you on Monday. I laughed because I don't have a stop at all. Missed the $18 test on Upstart to get my Gen 20 calls. She finna pump again today so I can get out a bit higher. Maybe? We'll see. Need the market to go up. Pressure. I'll be here waiting to post the stream card. If any of you guys get a message from me about canned meat, don't open it. It's spam. Ah! Are the markets closed Monday? They are. I won't be streaming the market closure. Can you look at Rig pretty please and predict what will happen next week? Maybe it'll test $7.30. Maybe more. Is Dunstan getting everyone all jacked up on Rig again? JC. You told me the truth. That's spicy. No, I bought $5 leaps like 9 months ago and they expire next week. You gotta be up on those, right? Oh, I'll be right back. I need water. I appreciate it, Larry. I'll see you at the barbecue on Wednesday. All right. What's up, guys? Check Pigeon Whale chat. JC, please stop showing me your lost porn. It's very depressing. Larry, what are you guys talking about? Barbecue? How do you have time for a barbecue on Wednesday? I have no idea what you're saying. Hot Mike? Oh no. Shit. Well, I guess we gotta shut it down. We had a good run though, right? The 3975s you got on a whim don't seem that bad now. No, they're pretty good right now. You know what else is good? The 4005 that I bought earlier. I realized last night how fun it is to watch the stream every day. So many people try so hard to impress, in part due to lack of knowledge. You spend enough time learning the ropes, now you make it look effortless. Thank you. Thanks, Dave's not here, man. I appreciate that, dude. Who's this hot Mike, and what's he look like? Well, he's hot. His name's Mike. Your phone voice is weird. Your phone voice is weird. What do Larry Fink and Pwn What the Fuck Barbecue have to do with one another? He's gonna give her the code for the God Algo. The AI God Algo that determines the price of all assets at all times. Taking my upstart micro gains and opening a micro wienery, Coney restaurant. Everyone is invited. That's awesome. Actually, if anybody here ever opens a hot dog restaurant, you should definitely call it Micro Wienery. Hey everyone, barbecue at Larry's on Wednesday. See you there. Is Hot Mike Magic Mike's brother? Yeah, except he's not a magician. The Freudian slip, Gork tells the truth at last. Cohen's Conies. If Jamie D is there, will you roofie his drink? No, but I'll punch him in the taint. It's like a hibachi grill, but they make the hot dogs right in front of you. Interesting. That's from Jan 2415C on Upstart. I have lots of theta in a similar situation. Do you sell over a long weekend to reposition? I'm gonna hold them, but just curious how you handle a similar case. Unless I intended to exercise them, I would probably reposition them. In that instance. I don't live in Fort Myers. Florida? I mean, have you ever seen me sweat? Exactly. It was a pretty genius move. Tank GME with the downtrend and SPY, then internalize on the way up. Yeah, they can only internalize so much. Little secret of the pros. Oh, and Gurk, wear something nice. It's a barbecue. I'm gonna wear a t-shirt. A white one. Otherwise, how would I compete in the wet t-shirt contest? I just got a call from Larry. He said he's letting me go. Something about AI and a god algo. How am I to tell Mrs. Composite Man? I don't know. You haven't gotten hot enough that you've had to take your shirt off. That's true. This is not a joke. Where I worked last year, I found a bag of hot dogs that were 2 months after expiration. I wanted to throw them away, but the chef cooked and served them to people. Do hot dogs ever go bad? But seriously. I mean, they're basically just salt. I read in textbooks that people in New York City dump their feces in the street and Hudson River. How true is this? There's some truth to it. You're still doing the game streams? Pretty rarely. Looking for advice, and by pretty rarely, I mean I haven't streamed on Twitch in like 7 months. All major US stock markets will be closed Monday, January 16th, 2023, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Thank you so much, Fidelity Alerts. Appreciate the support. Looking for advice. I have a mutual fund that tracks the market. It holds my down payment money for a condo I plan to buy this year. I wanted to sell at every rally and never did. Would now be smart. I mean, this is a rally. I can't tell you if this is going to be smart or not. It could continue for a while longer. It could pull back very, very hard in the next few weeks. We just started Q4 earnings today, like season today. I'd imagine it's not going to be great. The Fed could, however, stabilize that by lowering rates into Q2, and then we may not see the market drop significantly until like Q1 earnings around like around April into May. They don't go bad if you keep them at room temperature. Wait, what? You like Elden Ring? Is whatever. I fucked up, Gurk. I bought puts. On what? Is SPX a big cup and handle on the daily? And if it is, does that kind of thing matter? Yeah. Why would any of you poors remind Pi-Fi video games exist? We don't need him wasting precious quant time on Tetris. Sometimes you're so fucking old, Subway Cup. Think about puts for HAS. Do the current debacle Wizards of the Coast is having with its game license? From a technical standpoint, is there any reason not to short HAS? Thanks. Probably because no one really understands how they make money. Yeah, because they've double bottomed and they're moving up. I probably, I mean, there's some room for to the downside, but it's not a bad short-term short entry. I think it still has a little more room to go up, but maybe around like the 68 or $70 range would be a little better. Things and stuff are. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I feel like you can't get into Elden Ring because it takes too much time away from your love of making money. Yeah, because, well, that's the problem. Is whenever I do something like that, especially RPGs, where I'm like, oh, I'm going to sit here and grind for 8 hours to get an item. I'm like, the problem is I could just do that with like covered calls or CSPs and make money. Like, this is just the better video game. Because it pays me. You plan on holding that SPYW call, SPXW call till expiration? No? How does one hedge the drop in put value due to VIX dropping if we're near the top of SPX and call entries are not opportune? You can average down. Or you can buy puts on VIX. Although a little late for that, maybe. You can just do it with CCs and buy the expensive items with fraction of your profits. Stock market best pay to win video game without the fancy graphics. Exactly. Hopefully this 3990 OI waits for a test of 4,000 before selling. We'll see. There's quite a bit at 3990. Oh, OI update? Probably not that different. I don't think we've seen all that much trading occur in the last hour. Call gamma still strong up to 4,000 being the peak. A little bit building around 40.25, 40.30. A little tiny bit starting to build up at 4100. On the 0 DTE side, still plenty of 0 DTE support at 39.75, 39.80, and 39.85. And decent out of the money OI at 30.90. 39.95, a little bit hard to cross, but not really any big resistance. And then obviously still a shitload of OI on the 4,000 strike. Is that a bull flag forming on SPX? It's kind of like sure. I would say it's more of like a descending wedge forming off the volatility peaks, or like a pennant. Almost a pennant. It's not, but is SPX 4010 out of the question for today? It's not out of the question, but it's unlikely. Pennant, not fucking pendant. Oh, Jesus fuck. Can you talk to us about bull pennants? Damn it. Have we ever been so close to spot before a run? Yes. Can you fix Upstart? Oh, where did it go? There it is. I found it. Do you think all of the meme basket stocks will run with GME, even if they've already experienced a bit of a run? I mean, if their liquidity is already normalized, probably not much of one. They may a little bit, but probably very little. I assume you're asking about BBBY. I think at this point they're just trying to keep Upstart from going on Reg Show. So we're getting a lot of like churn, but not a lot of price action. Except it's not on Reg Show yet, right? If it was on Reg Show and we were getting churn, like a lot of volume churn without a lot of price action, I would say they're trying to get it off Reg Show. But I think they're trying to keep it from going on Reg Show. I think with the liquidity dump coming up, Upstart going on Reg Show would be very, very, very bad for them. Oh, where's Walken? Walken! Oh, he DM'd me.
Now, I got a message for all you liberals out there. You want my gun, my firearm? Come take it from me. Just walk through my door, come into my home, and take it from me. With your weak, soft, liberal, girlish hands. Just try to put those hands on me. Those soft, liberal hands.
Why do you
Put 'em
keep
on
sending me
on
this
my
video?
body. Just slowly, gently dragging your fingers up and down my arm, giving me goosebumps. You want my gun? Come kiss me for it. But not like right away. Don't be too obvious.
Is this
with it.
'cause
Let's
you
do
think
that
I'm
thing
gay?
Where our faces get
I'm
close
not
to each
gay,
other,
dude.
and you know it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. You just stare at each other's lips, but you're waiting for the right signal to give yourself over to them completely, like in a walk to remember. Come do that for my gun. Bite my lip and play with my hair for my firearm. If you want my gun, come spank me for it. Not like too hard, but like still hard, you know? Like hurt me but make me feel safe at the same time. You pussy liberals.
Uncomfortable. What does he mean by my gun? I assume he's talking about his penis. That's my partner in the micro wienery business. Was that Ruth's dad? I've never seen that show. That's it. I'm taking lunch. All right, Jason Bowers. What's that squiggle going through Jimmy's corner? It's what we wanted to happen. We have to realize any of this SPX action before end of day. We've realized quite a lot of SPX action in the last several minutes. We're getting a little sell-off here at 39.90, which I'm not a fan of. I would have preferred that held. Although it seems to be okay. And maybe just stop-loss hunting. Well, maybe a little more aggressive because of stop-loss hunting. Futures want to tap 40.17 so badly. Upstart doesn't have a squiggle. Is Bobby back at $2 yet? Oh, 4. After that reaction, I'm afraid to complete Bithead's song. Don't be afraid. I still made 39.80 0 DTs for 100%, so naturally the SPX just keeps fucking going. Yep. Ensuring not only do you feel bad about the gains you took, but leaving you unable to buy into future gains. There's nothing wrong with being gay, but I'm not. After that reaction, I'm afraid to complete Bithead's song. ETF liquidity being used to keep Jimmy Upstart in check during this market run. Upstart realized ETF liquidity being used to keep Jimmy Upstart in check during the market run. I'd imagine, yes. I mean, they could also turn to the lending pool if we see borrow rates go up over the next, like, 30 minutes, or some activity in the borrow rates over the next 30 minutes. Fubo CC's same as chump change. Yes. I want to tap you so badly. Thanks, Glass Kegel. There's nothing right with being gay either. As our resident gay, are you sure? If we have another march like OPEX, will you be moving to Billionaire Road? No. You were too gay. You just want my hot fucking body walking. Don't lie. You dream about it every night. Then you get angry and you vent on the chat. It's okay. I understand you're sexually frustrated, but it's okay to come out of the closet. No one's gonna judge you. Homosexuals. Ah, cringe. Fidelity 4.75%. 14.75. Wait, did it go up? Like just now? I don't like watching Fidelities because it's like trailing. That would really explain all of his anger. Yeah. Is walking the person keeps asking if you've used your rower? Is he trying to pump you up? Maybe. I think we'll break the daily 2022 trend line on SPX. We already did. I'll be gay with only you and Ryan Cohen. Thanks, Holden Harold. Do you think Dr. T will start an OnlyFans? I mean, if it sells her book, yeah. You know, walking, if you're so into girls, there's an entire Discord of hot ladies in your area. I'm making some homemade pizza crust. I wanted to check to see if you were still coming tonight. I'm going to make sure there's enough. Don't worry, no pineapple. Probably not. I would sub to your OnlyFans if you started one. Just saying. Thanks, Venseg. That's one. Honest question, asking for chat. What's up, Grizz? When is SLD? 18th through the 23rd. Where's Larry's barbecue and what's the dress code? Tidy whiteys and a white t-shirt. It's in the Hamptons. Do horse furries get into centaur fetishes? Well, I assume Walken's a brony, so probably. Eat barbecue and white clothing? Well, see, after everyone's done eating, Larry likes to make sure we get clean. Listen, finance is a nepotistic world, and sometimes you need to do things that you may not be comfortable with to get ahead. All right. And sometimes Larry Fink makes you do those things. A jabroni? I am not. No, a brony. Like an adult man that's into the children's show My Little Pony. Now I need to resist the urge to Google centaur furries. This stream, man. Actually, only until you get home, though, right? Are they doing Trailer Park Eyes Wide Shut theme? One in the pink, two in the pink. uh, so you getting ahead at the barbecue in your underwear and us rural people are the weird ones? Yeah. Does Larry make you clip his exceedingly long toenails? No, but we do have to pumice his calluses. I can't follow where you're going, but I'm implying that your obsession with me, while extremely homoerotic, is also derived from your passion for men dressed in pony costumes, and me, as what you presume to be a centaur, obviously offers the most erotic possible form of the male figure in your mind. That's what I'm getting at, Walken. In no uncertain terms, I think you want to take me to Havasu and have your way with me. What's the best way to overlay 2 days of trading on each other? I don't know. Take a screenshot, paste it to your trading view, and then make it slightly more transparent. What's Havasu? It's a lake where straight men go to not be so straight. You know, like guys with lifted trucks, and they go there to hang out with their bros for the weekend, but just with their bros. Fluffy, it's option number 1. It's bros and bros, not bros and hookers. Bros and bros. Like Broback Mountain. Another use for pencil and paper. Hold paper onto the screen, trace trading outline, switch screens, see what shows through. Don't write on your monitors with pencils. By the way, remember what Larry said? After the barbecue, there's a pillow fight, but with copies of options as a strategic investment. Jesus. It's really violent. Anyone know what happened to Moonwind? No. I'm going to assume that he died in autopilot in his Tesla on the way to the bank to obtain more money to buy back his in the money covered calls. Should we hold our bobby puts into close? Twat Waffle, I know you're new to the pigeon whale thing, man, but we don't talk about the secret plays in public. That's rule number 1 about the secret 0 DTE club is don't talk about the 0 DTE club. He was also buying real estate at the peak of the market hype. Moonwin wasn't great for timing. What's the extra line on your GME chart? Our hopes and dreams. Was Moonwin the guy that you drove the price up to get him to signed on his covered calls? Yeah. Thoughts on a firm during this little rally? uh, it's interesting. It's not doing quite as well as Upstart. Killer Emergency as a screenshot in Discord of how exercising options works. Is it just him showing off shirtless pictures again? And his budgie smuggler? Neg up 82%, still under $3. Yeah, I don't like it. They have like an outstanding share offering, I'm pretty sure. I'd be careful with that one. Don't ever get rid of walk-in. We don't know who will come next. That's true. Went to adjust my Upstart stop loss on Fidelity Mobile and actually sold my shares at 20% above cost basis. I am the epitome of risk management. Good job scalping it, man. You know, the flat earth guy was really an interesting dichotomy of different personalities. You know, he said cut out that woke bullshit, and then 5 minutes later told me to wake up and open my eyes. And he had some really good points about flat earth theory, you know, like the government doesn't want you to know that the earth is flat because what? Oh no, that was it. I never thought of it like that. I refuse to believe that flat Earth people are real. That's probably a good mindset to take, but they are. But no, I explained the whole thesis. That was it the upward inflection at the end of the sentence that gave you pause? That was the end of the sentence, period. Will Ivy stay relatively the same Tuesday, or will it drop? I don't know. It should stay relatively the same, provided nothing changes. Are you talking about because of the options expirations? What happens to zero DTEs when they halt into close? You get destroyed. Mid-April SPX 3263.61. Is that a price target? You're very far away from the current price. I have to have a haircut at 3 p.m. Please don't let anything plummet into close. Couldn't stop it if I wanted to. Flat Earth people should come to Hawaii, where we see the curvature of the Earth daily. That's not a nice way to talk about your mom. Would you like to come on my yacht? Sounds uncomfortable. I'm talking about TR. Don't you own the float? No, that's Dork. Upstart, I've got some Jan 20 $60 calls that are down 97%. I know I should have rolled weeks ago. I could sell them today for a few bucks, but is it worth it just holding at this point in case it rockets next week? From a risk management standpoint, no. If you don't care about the money, then why are you asking the question? If you fully capitulated in the position and you don't care what happens to it anymore, hope for the best, I guess. But money is money, and you should try to do something better with it if you can think of something better to do with it. Okay, Dork, don't fuck this up for me. I'm gonna buy one put and Tootsie Roll's gonna go down 500%. Tootsie Roll? You mean that stock that Gamma squeezes every time a call is bought? The same stock that's been consistently rising over the past 20 years and pays a whopping 0.6% dividend? That stock? Flat Earthers think Australia isn't real. It's in a studio somewhere, and Australians are all actors. That makes sense. You don't have to pick out the one thing they're obviously correct about. Flat Earthers are anti-Semites. Really? I'm bored and drawing lines on Upstart. Do we have a wedge forming from the whole day? Ready to break out? Sinus? Wussy Pillows. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Flat Earth, chemtrails, anti-vax, and TRS. Yes, I didn't know that. Dude, Yiddish space lasers are holding the Fed hostage. That just can't be true. The government created the globe model to sell more globes because they cost more than flat maps. Why not just charge more for maps? Actually, it makes sense because boomerangs can't be real. Yeah. Also, who would live with a spider the size of their palm? I'd be like, it's okay, he kills the bad spiders. If Australia isn't real, doesn't that mean generational alcoholism isn't real? No, because we still have Ireland and England. Relax. Because you can print them at home. Only if they sell you the printers. Oh, I'm on live chat. Don't talk about walking that way. If you hit 4017, will SPX nut? Probably, yeah. Trading flat after all this bullishness this week has me feeling, well, bullish. See, yeah, that's the cool thing, because you know when GME is dead, because it dies. Ugh. GME looking like it's gonna chop for the rest of the day? Maybe. Maybe it rips into close. Funny thing about maps and globes, they're out of date the second they are printed, continental drift and all. I don't know how accurate they are. How many inches of continental drift do we get a year? There's always black market printers from the people who steal them from work. With the advent of 3D printing, maybe we'll see the narrative change to a non-concrete, complex shaped Earth, like a rhombus, like a rhomboid planet. Fiscal stupidity. You've been censored. You shouldn't say naughty things to the Ko-Fi. The real funny part is flat Earth theory was started as a joke. Idiots latched on and repeated that as truth. Same like Supersonic and DRS. They're fun people to fuck with. Every time I encounter one, I spout even crazier shit. Birds aren't real. They're 5G composite man agents. That's frightening. You wait till just before close to ditch your 120 calls for the GMA? Probably. No, you don't get it. The Earth is flat because the Earth is the center of the universe that God created, and making it a globe in the solar system and a speck of rock in infinity diminishes our specialness as humans and promotes a nihilistic evolutionary worldview. But evolution's real. I don't even know how to respond to that. Look, man, all I'm saying is the big government is going to be trying to keep their market share on the Earth model market. I mean, I buy it. I just feel like they could get into better businesses, you know? Is it fun to fuck with people? That sounds unhealthy. Oh, it's super fun. Like there's someone out there needing a to-the-minute accurate globe to navigate between continents. What are your thoughts on the infinite regression of causality? I'll get back to you on it. We don't matter. We're not special. There's no meaning to life. Get over it. Yeah, you're just meat sacks that breathe. Except for the bots, of course. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult the bots. It's weird how proud people are that they took part in the Trump vaccine trials. The what? Wipe that smug look off your face as the SPX begins to run. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no smugness. Ooh, Fubo to 225. Just got to the stream. Did Jimmy have its liquidity event? Are we still watching through the 18th? No, we're still watching. Jamie Dimon is a meat sack that holds the ghost of JP Morgan. Okay, I believe that. That doesn't even sound like a conspiracy. Fubo to $22 end of day. Okay, if Fubo goes to $22, I'm gone at the end of day. I'm getting about 2.5 inches of continental drift a year. That sounds more accurate. My Gen 24 $2 calls are liking what Fubo has been up to. Oh yeah. I wasn't a cage fighter. Or a Navy SEAL, for whoever started that rumor. Is DDS worth playing a downside on it? You'd have to buy shorts. Or sell shorts. You don't want to short DDS. That seems like a shitty idea. And puts are good luck. Didn't you do cage fighting at Chili's once? Falling over drunk and hitting my head in a bathroom stall at a Chili's is hardly cage fighting. Someone accusing you of being a Navy SEAL is reverse stolen valor. He thinks Girk was a Navy SEAL. I don't know how to say this, but he doesn't have the physique for it at all. Also, morally, just I wouldn't willingly get shot for any cause, let alone free college. You can't win a fight in a Chili's bathroom. Everyone's a loser. Stop resisting the valor. I sent you a really important DM about hitting heads in bathrooms. Thanks, Barry. What's your cost basis looking like on Fubo? I think it's like $2.90 something cents. $2.97. I haven't factored in the synthetic longs, but it's probably lower with that. Although until we go above $3, the synthetic longs are out of the money. Jimmy buying Newegg? Market cap was 500 mil. I doubt it. SPX gonna dump? I don't know. We left a gap to the upside. It doesn't look like it. I don't know if it's gonna rally. Futures still look pretty good. The downside here looks fairly short-lived. Maybe just stop loss hunting. Small sell-off on futures. Stop loss hunting on SPX. No really significant momentum though. It's only 2:30 though. There's still a bit of time. I don't think I have an OI update yet, but I'll double check. Oh, I do. Okay, a lot more calls at 39.90. 39.95 still kind of weak. 4,000 still ridiculous. Also, it looks like people are buying 4010s and 4005s. Did I say 4005 or 4005? 4,000. 4005. 4005 sounds cooler. I'm trying to keep GME under $20 to keep it going into the weekend. Seems like a risky move. Yeah. I drew that line, and Kenny's gonna inverse it if it's the last thing he does. Would you take a bullet for instant settlement? No. I quite enjoy all the corruption in the market. I hope it stays exactly the way it is. Gherk, can I have your cell phone number? No. We could say 4005, but 4005 was my nickname in college. Top of the chain, Bobby's 0 GTIV is over 5,000%. Have you seen anything higher? Yeah. Were you around for Jan 2021? All major US stock markets will be closed January 16th, 2023, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. What's that line on GME? Is it the critical margin line? It's a mirror image. Weekly is selling off for GME, or is this shorting? It's probably a bit of both. I just got my Fubo 0 DT for like 350% gains. I just covered 60% of my next pigeon whale payment. Fucking A, man. Do you think the NQ is the most terrifying form of futures? Is there something that can get my jimmies even more riled up? Oh, you're chasing the dragon, aren't you, Barry? That's the Jimmy price without crime. That'd be the Jimmy price if we tracked the SPX. Back from lunch, I took a nap and slept soundly, knowing I have stops set, protecting my profits. Thanks, Pi-Fi. No problem, man. Yes, I hit a button, lost $375.15, and after that, I was hooked. I'm concerned about timing CCs for defer packs into SLD into Jan O packs. If we run big next week, do you think they will cover early like they did in May? They didn't cover early in May. They covered late in May. We ran on Wednesday after OPEX in May. That's why everyone's so cover calls into the run. Will stops protect me over the weekend for the crash? What crash? You think the market's gonna crash on no news on Monday? It sounds criminal, JC. College is a student fund class that allows trading from a fund using money for the college. Middle ground between my account and paper trading. Thoughts? Could be fun. Do you care about the college? If you don't like the college, blow their port up. Thanks for everything. Thinking about becoming a pigeon whale. I see the value. Out of curiosity, how many people are at this level? Oh, I have no idea. There's quiet ones. There's quiet ones that don't talk. Like 13 or 30, something like that. How's liquidity on Upstart slash GME? Why no ups? Me sad. Well, we're not going down a lot, so that's okay too. Now that I've closed an options position profitably, do you think a hedge fund would hire me? Melvin might be looking. Do you prefer the quiet ones? Overqualified. Did you realize before you started the stream exactly how fucked up the human race is? I had my suspicions. Have I lost additional faith in humanity? Yes. But my expectations were already rock bottom. Be honest with yourself, you prefer Dan Kind. I prefer Kind Dan's. Heard of a company called First Boston might be hiring? How do I get access to the quant cord? Oh, I mean, to be fair, a lot of them can't close options positions profitably either, but pigeon whales like fish sticks and around their mouth because they're gay fish. You're supposed to write sticks, not you don't write fish dicks. P.S. I love you. Thanks, Pores. Why is VIX rising? It's a good question. Why are the BB wires that were giving it large? Where are the BB wires that are giving it large on r/pi-fi? They're inundated with bags. and very sad. My self-evaluation for work is due today. Do I admit that I'm just biding time until my port generates enough to replace my salary? Probably not vocally to anybody you work with. Now that Bobby is dead, can we get back to the serious business of understanding the physiology of centaurs? I bet you don't have any quants with a BBY cost basis as high as mine. You need access to different perspectives, and I can provide that. Atomic, what's your BBY cost basis? Wait, do you have any left? Probably not. Probably flipped it all into Fubo. SPX is definitely Biden. It's time. Ha! I have a roommate named Dan. I'm currently preparing for a juristical conflict in anticipation of getting sued. He is also far right. I'm not kidding. Interesting. Is that intraday cup and handle on Upstart? No. I refuse to shop anywhere online where your cart is called your bag. PTSD. Tell Baradactyl I'm his manager. I saw his message and he's fired. Bobby billed after RC for gains, and yeah, it's not Fubo. Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured it wasn't Fubo after I asked. I bought some Bobby at like 24 at one point. Thankfully, it went to $30 twice after that. Now it's now Fubo. Oh, okay. Was your cost basis on Fubo $1.50? The amount of options no longer in the money for Bobby is insane. That's because everybody bought $5 calls. They expire next week, and the market maker's just not going to hedge them anymore. I love how you used to fight the intraday cup and handle, and now you just accept it. It's better than talking about it for a longer period of time. The grotesque enjoyment I get from watching Bobby crash and me not being in on the play is far too high. Ah, yes. Sometimes being bearish is great. The $25 Gamma Max can still move up. Still bullish on Upstart through 118. Yes. Is there a reason I should not be? What's the line above GME for? Jesus Christ. I need to delete it. Mostly because everyone keeps asking about it. Cena's ups or downs? I don't know. Bobby Weekly is only down 100% on the day. Not bad returns. Bobby, fool me 5 or less times, shame on you. But on the 6th time, shame on me. What's the better play, Upstart or GME for next week? They're different. One is not better than the other. They're simply not the same. I sold them for a $5 call after I bought it when people started pumping it. 190 cost basis, sold them at 515 yesterday. Give me your premium. Yeah, greater fool, right? How is this to know if we cross the line if it isn't there? I'll let you know. Anyone having issues rolling upstart Jan 20 Cs? I no. What's your current SPX price target? 40.20. The no music thing is really dragging us down. I'm not playing any music until the shitty stocks go above delta neutral. Well, at least no VUP themed music. 420 today or just before a turnaround? Before a turnaround. Test? What? Play Full Bear. I don't like that song. So Roundabout and Breakout song is good to be played? No. That's not getting played either. Fuck this. I'm gonna start my own stream. Just me sitting in front of Gherk stream with music playing. Just check if I had been timed out. Carl doesn't like when I call you a shill before he can. Oh, yeah. He doesn't like to be front run when he thinks he's being funny. Carl's been really sensitive since, like, May. You know? Please play Full Bear. I forgot what it sounds like. I think you have literally only played it one time on stream ever. I played it twice. It was awful. Hey Gurk, I've improved my cash position by over $3,000 in the last 2 days by selling CCs on Boabi and buying them back today. I now have a negative cost basis. I will continue to milk the pores and Wall Street bets degens for income. I bequeath you 200 basis points of my profit. You are the best. Congratulations. If you're going to be in the casino and you have the money to run a table, don't play at them. Good job, man. Thank you so much. Maybe Newegg is up 100% because people think they're egg futures. Okay, that's really funny, actually. And maybe partially true. If you had a time machine, but you could only go back in time once and return to the present, when would you go? Late 2020? Absolutely not. I would just buy, like, shares of Apple when it was a penny stock. I know it is. Gurk is so proud of that guy for harvesting the degens. I mean, if I could bear to have shares of Bobby in my port. Do you ever own personal business cards? No. Well, somewhere, but not really. I have old ones. If so, is there anything unique about them? Like having a pickle on it? There's no pickle. I did pay for the textured card stock and embossing, but I'm feeling a tap of 4,000. I think if we break up, we might break up pretty hard. This 49.95 level is really weird. I don't like it. What do you think about this SPY consolidation? Bullish? It looks okay. I think we're still seeing like long side buildup, but not a significant amount is happening yet. I think we may consolidate a little bit longer still. VIX is kind of coming down a tiny bit. 1823 now. Volume's just grinding down to nothing though, which is kind of a problem. $39.95 is DN and GN for SPX, hence no volume. It's a bit rough. Gurk Gendolfini, YouTuber. Remember, if you have Robinhood, make sure to put a sell order for your out of the money zero DTs way above the current price. So when they go to close it out, they have to cancel the sale. It won't close. Interesting. Hot take? Nothing's gonna happen. That's not that hot of a take. Describing the current situation is kind of a like room temperature take. Is Jamie about to externalize? Power hour, power hour, power hour.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
J Fresh. Win tiny touch near gamma near Vega neutral. Yeah, nothing happened. I'm aware. What? You're gonna have to ask that in a different way. Just tag me and I'll see if I can answer it better for you. Oh. No. I think is SPX just gonna do that bullshit that it did back in like fucking November, where like it runs up into Gamma Max and then the price just flattens out for like 4 days? Because that's boring as shit. I want to touch JFresh's tiny Vega neutral. Is there a way to have the full Bear song play every time someone enters the Bobby Discord? No. Actually, I think the market's about to rocket. I fucking hope so, man. Because the last two times that we pushed up into Gamma Neutral on SPX, like off of a run, price action just flattened out for like 4 days in a row. Are the rumors about you true? Probably not. VIX is climbing though. It's very exciting. VIX is climbing. But so little. Oh no, VIX just dropped. What do you want about? VIX is dropping. You didn't ask which one. You ruined the joke. I'm sorry. Bobby's gonna make a quick trip upwards once Robinhood closes out of its $4 Bobby calls. 100% true. He has 5 VWAP hats. Wait, you aren't a Navy SEAL Centaur? No. Full bowl, $22 end of day. No. I don't like it. Time to double down on my 0 DTE. No, you're not. You're selfish, Greg. Selfish? Well, I didn't know you were angling for a joke. Here we go. VIX up, market up. Now you can have your dream, JFresh. Have you ever twisted your mustache with wax? No. Although I've wanted to many times. You look striking. Thank you. Egg salad sandwich. I'll take that into consideration. Productivity at work at an all-time low today, especially during this power hour. Understandable. Back in the day, we just used built-up sweat grease because no one showered daily. I have. I'm sure you have, Carl. Can you raise your desk so we have an eyes-only stream? I'm about to fall asleep. This fucking power hour is boring as shit. Can you put Guybrush on stream? Yeah, fuck it, why not? Through the years, I've accidentally blocked several in the chat. It's just 2 taps. Any idea how to unblock, folks? No. Which Tinder dates were bad? I mean, a lot of them. Using advanced analytics, is this going to go more whoopsie dipsy or fartsy squartsy? If we move up above 4,000, very fartsy squartsy. If longs sell off, whoopsie dipsy. I've not passed a kidney stone. Please move Guybrush down. I don't want his stink on upsquart. I did not enjoy the rush of being catfish. Don't forget to close off the Jimmy Gen 20 calls. This power hour is looking very boring. I know it is. Looks like arched centaur formation on Jimmy. I mean, some downwards consolidation into the end of the day. It's not too bad. Staying above 20, which is nice. Any hope for Cenis to help us? That doesn't look great. Have you ever shoved your thumb up a Tinder date's butt and demanded she try and fart on it? No. But thanks for the idea. We were pretty much following XRT today and not the spy. Can you investigate and comment? You're the ETF guy. It looks like since about 146, we've picked up a lot of correlation with XRT. Interesting. But overall on the day, liquidity still normalizing. Let me look at something else here. All right. Well, that's interesting. Let me send you this, and you tell me what you think. Oh, what did I do with it? There it is. That's fun, right? Maybe the full regarded, but my bank offered me a loan for 20K. $500 a month payment. Thinking of buying shares and selling CCs off it. Basically free money. I mean, as long as your yield covers your interest rate and your payment, then sure. And it's no different than taking margin, right? Maybe a little safer because you can't be called. Kenny, Larry, and Jamie just smacked 40-15 on feuds. I'm watching them. You know what's most interesting about this is that Jimmy's correlation with SPX. It's like they're using. It looks like they're using XRT to offset active fund pressure. If I had to say, like, hmm, kind of fun. Sounds like a good idea to lose all your money and be in debt. That's a way to make that happen too. Does SPX SPY usually follow whatever futures ES is doing? To some degree. It's not negative beta. Not exactly. Shorting through XRT to counteract buy pressure. Yes. So they're gonna purposely put XRT on Reg Show next week? That's a possibility, yeah. Fubo slowly grinding up. I know, it's on the screen. I'm watching it. Jimmy announced that holiday sales would be cool, but I thought they didn't do that anymore. They didn't do that last year, right? If XRT on Reg Show next week, no VOPs? No. That has nothing to do with that. It doesn't stop VOPs. It's put on Reg Show to hide obligations. And to avoid an audit. It doesn't have anything to do with stopping VOPs from happening. It just obfuscates positioning. No, I don't see it slowing down. Actually, I see it picking up. You're still using, like, liquidity, right? That doesn't really tell you anything. At least not just through TradingView. My new job wants to change to an open office layout, which means people will openly see how little work I do. What do you recommend my course of action should be? Spend more time in the bathroom? Find a new job? Quit? I heard Adam Aaron and Sue Grove are getting dinner tonight in New York City. Can you try and get some pictures or details? Nah. Can you talk about Fubo price targets this coming week, assuming it runs up a little bit? I'm looking to sell some shares. Let's see what Fubo's looking like today. The Fubo's got delta neutral at 279, which it's not above yet, and gamma max at 767. So I'd imagine if Fubo has a run, it's gonna maybe move up. Doesn't really break gamma max very often. Maybe it'll move up to like the $7 level. 582. It's been a long time since Fubo broke gamma max. Maybe not this year at all. So yeah. Or this last year. Puts are closing on Fubo though, pretty rapidly. So that's a good sign. Maybe kind of like a BBBY type event. Not the current one, but the previous one. Why are DN and GM the same on Upstart? That happens. Delta is at neutral and gamma is at maximum at the same price. Alton to close today? Upstart's pulling up a little bit. GME might break back above VWAP. Still not seeing a lot of volume. Mick, so welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Crime. I was about to buy my first micro S&P 500 future, but I got a message saying that futures weren't enabled on my account, even though I'm qualified. Missed out on a 3% gain this morning. That sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Did you get it set up throughout the day? Sometimes it takes like 24 hours for the approval to go through. Have any thoughts on O'Reilly's chart? I think it will continue to climb. I mean, I'm still in it. I don't see why it wouldn't. I haven't looked at it in a couple weeks. Yeah, it still seems to be kind of hung up in the 800 to 850 level. Um, hmm. Maybe retest 800. I don't know. I get if it goes below 800, I'm gonna get stopped out. But it could retest 800. Ooh, are we going for it? Hold on. Futures are trying. Kind of like the way this looks. One more rejection. Oh, this is important. Do we or do we not break gamma neutral? We haven't broken gamma neutral yet. It's at 39.94.87. Uh-oh. So is delta neutral. 37? Have we broken it? Hold on. We may have just broken it. Oh, no, we haven't broken delta neutral yet. Delta neutral is at 39.96.53. But we did just break gamma neutral. What are you doing with your 120 GME calls? I don't know. Might sell them. Happy Friday the 13th. Vup song along. Nice. Straddling SPX over the long weekend. Yeah, I could. I'd rather do it at 4,000 than 39.93. Gamma neutral's 39.94.83. So yes, we did on this candle, but just barely. I opened 25% on my NVIDIA puts. Okay. Why is your Ko-Fi membership 250K? It's a joke? Well, the memberships are through YouTube, not Ko-Fi. Don't give up, Bulls. You can do it. Ooh, Vic's about to slip 17? That'd be exciting. Or slip 18 to 17. Correlation's picking up. We just need to move up more. You can roll the calls too. I'm gonna roll them. Check Dilly General. Yep. We have rules about that in the Discord. Why are Upstart and Jimmy not participating in Green Candle Time? What Green Candle Time? There's no fucking volume, man. They really don't want Upstart closing above 1750 today. Probably not. Is this defer pecs happening on SPX? I mean, it might next week. In a way, yeah, because the ETFs are buying equities. If Upstart hits $100, at least one person will buy Pontiff. Maybe. This is extremely tense. Is the stock market all an illusion and basically controlled by the MM and AP whales like hedge funds and big investment banks with ju- basically just along with us basically just along for the ride? Yes. Any chance the market's already priced in Q4, Q1 earnings? I do not think so now. Is there any news on RevRQ? It's up 28%. Not that I've heard, but it moved up yesterday too. Q4 earnings already priced into Tesla. Tesla's going to $60. Just a regular old car company. They don't even make great cars. Bear's fighting a good fight. Ugh, just not a lot of activity either way. No one's fighting anything. You close your calls for April? On what? Are you talking about reverse the reverse diagonal spread? Yeah. It like hit my price target the next day. Or the day after? I reopened them on the dip, and I closed those yesterday. You definitely want to take profit on the long call, right? It seems crazy not to. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm leaving the short call open, right? And then I'll on the dips I'm buying calls against it until the shorts are repositioned. I might actually re-enter before it closed today. Bear man. Into the long calls. This might not be a bad opportunity to get into them. Let me look. Yeah, I'll probably. I should have probably re-entered them this morning, but maybe Monday. Maybe I'll wait. I'll wait till next week, I guess. Monday morning if they go to short it again. Hey, we broke delta neutral.
Pickle, pickle,
pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle.
We're back to the Delta neutral.
Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, satisfied.
Tuesday, whatever.
Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, satisfied as we rock.
Like the first 15 minutes of After Hours. It's not a cult. Are you trying to move up to 4,000? Yes. What if Fuberto pulls a Bobby? Are we going to 20? That'd be awesome. Run it back, bitch. I already fucking played it for you, Carl. I'll only run it back if we cross gamma neutral or delta neutral again. Like that.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, satisfied as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, satisfied as we rock.
I just realized you don't hear songs in the Discord audio. Rip my data, I guess. Yep, that's true. Are we playing this to celebrate how good Bobby looks, or... No, this is for the SPX, crossing delta neutral. It's been a hell of a fight, but we just got there. Why would you even say that, man? I don't know about that, because a fuck ton of fucking calls just went in the money. Woo! Let's go. Rip. I want volatility. What goes up must come down. Unless it's BTC, then it's the other way around. What goes down must go down. Oh, fuck off, Walken. Don't try to rationalize crypto bullishness. We did it. 4K. I hate this. I only like turning into sideways. Do you put your gummy bears in the freezer? What gummy bears? I don't have any gummy bears. I don't like gummy bears that much. SPX fall off a cliff. Jimmy falls off a cliff. SPX vup the fuck out. Jimmy sideways. Crime? Nah. How do you set your stop so quickly? I have an extra step when I use WeBull. You can use hotkeys. WeBull has hotkeys. I should have bought so many more of these. Void Pixel, welcome back to Dillionaire. No. Ah, bullshit. Alright, well, that was fun. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to add you back into the country club. Give a bear thesis for Cat to at least cool down a bit.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash
If
in
the
advance, 'cause we
market's
hold it
dropped,
if you are what
Cat
you
will
say,
get dragged down with
hoping that you read the DD, cause when this shit's
Dow.
we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like a
November FX still looking pretty good.
RC at the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CBC saying
Especially after you said it was going back to 5.
we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. Trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
What's the critical margin line for SPX? We might have found it. At least for today. Any chance, good idea to grab a few SPX puts at 40.10. Long-term puts here. Probably, maybe not bad, but you want to grab them in the money? Really? And if you're gonna go 40.10, why wouldn't you just go like long-term at 4,000? Chances upstart GME have been significantly higher next week. Could happen. I know it's loud. I wanted it to be. It's a celebration. Near the money, not in the money. A 410 put, a 4010 put is in the money right now, man. Do you want to grab them as it rises? Do you have a list of all those who've doubted you? Yeah. I'm saying when we get above or near here. Okay. I mean, I could see like I don't understand the 40-10 strike, but I'll probably get some 4,000s at like 40-50. Am I at the top of that list? No. You've never doubted me, Gaff. Despite your repeated attempts to test me on my technical knowledge with crypto. So Jimmy and Upstart calls for Jan OPEX. I'll be getting more next week. It's the bear trend line. No, we're above that. Even if you don't know how to draw trend lines. Any significance if Futes break 4017 before close? Yeah, the market will move up more. Have you ever had to wear stirrups? No? I got an epic fill on my Jan 20 Upstart 100 Cs at 2 cents. Pro Trader confirmed. With a market order? Why are you buying Upstart 100 Cs for next week, Torque? Did you discuss BBIG delisting notification? No. Are they going to reverse split? Is the stock less than $1? Oh, selling them, baby? At the ask. Oh, shit. Ka-ching. No, I haven't, Pickled Hole. I bought Feb 17 2250 GME calls. Nice. Well, let's see if the massive amount of call OI at 4,000 for next week, next Friday, props us up. $6 is $6. It's true, but I feel like you're tying up a lot of capital there. I really wish I got more than the two of those 40.05s. Yeah, they were pretty good there for a second. Now all the zero DTs are gonna capitulate. I don't know. I hope we hold near 4,000 and don't fall back below delta neutral, but we could. It was a nice little pop though. Target doing a thing? Oh, nice. Hey, Target did what GME was supposed to do. Well, that worked out. Ooh, that worked. Did any of my super awesome zero GT picks fail? Nope. Damn. Pigeon picks. 4 for 4. Super awesome 0 DT. I don't think I'm seeing those in Pickles picks. I don't know what you're talking about. Hanging out of your 120s? Nah, probably not. They still had some liquidity. I mean, not a very significant amount. That was 120,000 shares. When AMD to 90 so I can sell deep in the money calls. Maybe more next week. That was a pretty small sell-off. Still holding above delta neutral. Ooh, AMD broke my price target. Woo! Fucking A. Bobby is dead. Yeah, I know. Fuck. Rough. Hmm. These, I don't know if I want to carry over the weekend. I am $12 in the money. They expire next Friday? Fuck. Just sold them this morning. Oh well. Will SLD be rough? There's no way to know. Here's SLD and analysis in a nutshell. Something will happen between Wednesday and Monday. Usually the market goes down 2 to 300 BPS. And then can immediately recover that 2 or 300 BPS the following day. Do you think Netflix is going to tank on earnings? I mean, it doesn't matter. I only have a few days left on my calls, so I'm closing them tonight. This is fucking Big Short back down to the trend line on Upstart. Upstart reverse halt into close. Looks kind of desperate. I sold a few hundred upstart calls. I think I initiated this. What, like 0 DTCCs? Millionaire worrying about 12 bucks is exactly where you're sitting in your chair being successful. I'm laying in the fetal position, clenching my Gen 2510s. I mean, they're, first of all, I had 40 contracts and they're in the money 12 bucks each. That's 12 times 100 per contract. It's not $12. Oh man. Upstart Weekly's capitulating? Maybe, yeah. There's gonna be some like $15 ones selling off, right? I'm sure that's part of the volume. We'll see where it recovers. You also have active fund pressure pushing down, and I'm sure shorts are taking advantage of it. Remember, SLD sell-offs can start at any point next week, meaning even Tuesday. Yep. Something to be prepared for. Thanks, Smoking Trees. Jamie's holding up pretty steady. How's Fubo holding up against the... Fubo's doing great. What date is the T5? Depending on when the settlement falls, the T5 could be as far out as, like, the OPEX period. So if we settled yesterday, T5 would be the 18th. If the settlement was due today, T5 could be the 19th, and so on. We've seen upside, like some covering in the secondary market liquidity, which is what we saw in previous deferral periods on the deferral due, like during the due period of the deferral. So if we have a reversion and we start becoming more illiquid again next week, then that probably indicates that like the run is going to be during OPEX. It just moves the settlement date. It doesn't force settlement on the new date. I think it's been a pretty good week. A lot of money made. Is it worth it trying to profit from an SLD sell-off? I usually do to some degree. I mean, Upstart not even back to open, right? Like I'm not really that concerned with this. Dr. G78, welcome to Pigeonwell, man. Thank you so much.
Straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the
I told y'all I was gonna do it. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Holding SVX calls over the weekend, debating whether to roll up longside for straddle. Longside or straddle. I think I'm gonna straddle 4,000 right now. It's close enough to the money. I'm not really overpaying, I don't think. Fuck, I need to buy like Jan 27s though. Those are kind of pricey. All right. So, Strangle 405 30 405 39.95 and Straddle at 4,000. Dump near close on Upstart reminds me of old GME price action. Calls closing, shorts pushing as many calls out of the money as they can. Yeah, it's already bouncing back. I'm not super worried about it. What happened to Upstart? Market dumped and people probably sold off a lot of in the money zero DTs. Is it almost time for you to go already? Yeah. I'm so exposed to vol, my port is like a puddle of nitroglycerin. How much money does one need to actively participate in the market as you guys do? That depends on, I mean, none initially. Initially, you should paper trade and learn what you're doing. You should probably take a lot of time doing that before you throw any real money at it. $5,000 to $25,000 to start, and then you would attempt to grow that capital over time, ideally safely without losing it. How do you feel about Jan 27 straddle? That's what I just did. Yeah. To dodge the I did it to dodge the long weekend. The strangle I went with next Friday though. I guess I could have waited a minute and bought my calls out of the money, but whatever. They were only like 20 cents in the money. It's not a big deal. Shouts to you for instilling take profits, reduce risk. Thanks, Holmes. You got it, Boofus Maximus. Congrats, man. Red 2 plus 2. Welcome to Dillionaire. All you guys hit me up on the Discord at the end of the day, and I'll get you added to the country club / Royal Pigeon Wheel Society for the advancement of cooing. I appreciate it. All right, so SPX closing at 4,000. It's in a good position. Bulls are a little skittish to move above, but no real like sell side pressure. Especially at these prices. There's no put accumulation, and we probably won't see any significant put accumulation at this point till after SLD, right? So once the SLD like margin settlements begin and the week following OPEX, that's when we'll probably start to see larger leveraged short positions. So be aware of that time frame, like when they start to get their margin back and they start to leverage into positions. So next week, fairly open. I mean, we can still have equity sell-offs due to SLD, but this could be sporadic like last month. They may be like one big dump like the month before. Banks are hurting a little bit, so it's possible we might see a little more activity through the SLD period than normal. Those sell-offs can happen at any point next week, not just Wednesday through the 23rd. That's the deposit period, but if the market peaks at like 40.20 or 40.50, expect people to start taking profits on equities there, right? They're going to try to sell their shit at the top. GME and Upstart both are remaining very illiquid. Shorts are getting a little liquidity and stabilizing price action, but most of that's due to the fact that we were trading just under gamma neutral in the indices into the end of the day, and volume just died out, right? So remember that the latter half of the day, extremely low volume compared to the early part of the day today. And part of the reason why we're seeing some price suppression, there is no significant realization of liquidity that went on. At least not yet. Many other stocks performing much better that are in less unstable positions. If you look at some of the other vol shorts that are bigger or a little less harder or a little harder to stabilize, they didn't put in as much effort. AMD, Nvidia, uh, all doing pretty well throughout, like both doing pretty well throughout the day. Even Fubo, you know, they're shedding puts and they're not putting too much pressure on it. So, you know, obviously the risk is higher in GME and Upstart, and we know that. Hopefully, with the shedding of 0DTE puts this week, we'll see a rise in our Gamma Max on both Upstart and GME going into next week. And then if we don't run next week, we want to continue to see kind of that out of the money call accumulation pick up. Other than that, you know, I'd be looking to Monday, Tuesday, to kind of continue taking any profits that appear, and then try to look into the SLD period, obviously, for picking up new positioning if you're looking to buy further out or something, like when the market pulls back. Yeah, whatever. Tuesday, who gives a shit? Same thing. The next day the fucking market's open, right? Hey Gurk, I made $60 today using a new strategy I've been developing, but it still needs peer review. It involves cough meds and 0DTEs. Can you tell me how and when you have time to discuss? Whenever you're available, man. Members only stream is going to be Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll see you all there. You guys have a great weekend. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.